Alright guys, BLM here, back, another live stream. Technically early, kind of, even though I'm late to being early, because I actually meant to start like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago. Um, but yeah, we'll see if it shows up first. But also, yeah, obviously starting a little bit early still to try to get more work done in the player ranking. Not really expecting us to get that much more done, but we'll see. There's a lot of Big Brother stuff to talk about though. I'm trying to get chat up on my phone again. Um Again, the intention is to start earlier on Wednesdays until I'm done with the player ranking for the sake of trying to get the player ranking done. Um, but I meant to start even earlier than I am today, so it's not really working out too great. Like I'm only like 20 minutes early or whatever. I meant to be like an hour early, but whatever. Yeah, time was it time trip, right? I think is what they're calling it. Which that's kind of funny. Like that supposedly is like been there for like uh what? It's been there for like a month or something, and just no one realized it. Went live in Mexico is playing. Sure, I definitely know what games are going on in the World Cup. Um, yeah, I'm still working on the 50 review. I am almost done with the writing process. By next stream, I should have the writing process like, yeah, it should be done for sure by next stream. I still need to edit. It's not gonna hit the. I was gonna try to finish it by the end of the month. It's not looking great right now, but I'm hoping to have it done by what the first. Like it should be done by the time Big Brother starts. Is the current intention. Finish Night Hill 2 remake. It's a step down from the original. See, I never played the original, so I don't really have much of a sense of that, but Silent Hill 2 remake's really good though. But yeah, I feel like with most remakes at this point, I'm kind of in the mindset of like it probably just isn't as good as the original, especially from like an artistic perspective. But like at least in terms of like the raw narrative, it still seems to be good. Um, the story and video game history, yeah, it's very good narratively. Um, like I don't know if it's my personal like favorite story, but it is very very good though. Um, but yeah. What is there to actually talk about Big Brother? Like really, there isn't that. Like it's just the time trip of it all, right? And like the fact that the press release said they're gonna face off against legendary players or whatever, which like, yeah, I'll be honest, that does not make me feel confident about returning players. Like I know it's like it seems like a lot of people on like Twitter like taking it like at face value of like, oh my god, it confirms returning players, when it's like I feel like this actually like gives me the opposite opinion. This makes me feel like as if they're just gonna do like the Casey thing like every week, and like that's how they're bringing in returning players instead of like actually having like actual returning players as like part of the cast. Um, yeah, it's like I at this point I fully expect it to be newbies with like maybe like a token returnee. Like I could see it being like a Saray situation where like that was a spot where it was like all newbies, but then like because of the dimension twists, we're bringing in a returnee from a different dimension. Like I could see that being what they do here of like, oh, it's all newbies, and then it's like, oh, again we time traveled one player into the cast or whatever. Um, like yeah, yeah, I know about Janelle and Danielle shutting down their cameos. I don't think it really means anything. Would be cool. Obviously, would be great to have Danielle Reyes in particular, but I would not expect it. I would lean more towards Tucker than Keanu at this point. I feel like Keanu's still like very present, but to be fair, it's not like what's it called? It's not like they're sequestered yet anyway, but still. Um, from what I took from it is that the time capsule twist will be vets versus or newbies versus vets in competitions for power like Casey. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like it definitely feels like we're going to be doing like the Casey thing, but probably like one a week or something. Like maybe that'll be what the twist is that they bring in like a legendary competitor from a previous season to like compete in like a competition they compete on originally, and like it's up to the newbies to beat them or something. Like I think that's the sort of thing I'm expecting more so than like an actual like focus on returning players on the cast. Again, like I think like 1 is possible, even like 4 is possible. I think beyond 4 though is not happening. Like I think if it was more than 4, especially, like we would know by now. Like I feel like it would not be these rumblings. But also Spoiler Girl has a list, but Spoiler Girl, so like it's probably fake. But yeah, Spoiler Girl does claim that there are returnees, so that's something. Um, Live HOH with a Sunday comp. Is it confirmed we're getting a Sunday comp? Like is it confirmed that that comp is on Sunday? Which I don't think they can. I mean, like unless like are they just not doing Blockbuster? But they're definitely doing Blockbuster, right? So it's like I feel like if they're like unless they're just gonna do 2 competitions, or they could actually no, they're gonna restructure it, aren't they? I think they're gonna restructure the episodes because the Wednesday episode is I mean, Sporgo was right for 50 because they were literally told things at the last second, like because everything else, because like other leakers already had it. But Sporgo was the one to like get it and then say, "Fuck it, I'm gonna release it." Um, but yeah, I think that's more feasible now I think about it because like we know the Wednesday episodes are longer. Um, so I think that might be what they're doing. Like maybe the second competition, like they do like start off like so like it's the same Thursday, like still Blockbuster, no HOH. Saturday or Sunday is HOH, and then it ends with the new competition, and then Wednesday is like nominations, veto ceremony, and then yeah, Thursday's the same. Anyway, I think like I could see them restructuring the episodes around this competition. Like this like competition's like a new way to end Sunday instead of nominations. Um and then they just carry over nominations to Wednesday because it's a longer episode anyway. I think that makes more sense to me. I think Blockbuster still like makes it so they're probably not going to do live HOHs. Yeah, again, I've said this for the last like 2 weeks. The intention is to start streaming earlier on Wednesdays for the sake of trying to get more of the player ranking done until the player ranking is done. But yeah, I actually meant to start even earlier today than intended. I don't think Janelle's on. I'd be very surprised. Like it's like I think they like if there are returnees on the season, did they contact her? Probably. But like, is she actually gonna do a 90-day season? No. Could she be one of the return? Actually, I feel like it's almost a lock. She's one of the legends that comes on the season, though, right? Like if we're saying that they're doing like a KC style, like every week there's like a returning legend that like competes in competition. Like Janelle is 1,000,000,000% one of them, right? Like there's no way Janelle's not one of them. Like she's like one of the most iconic like competitors in the history of the show. It's like I feel like there's like no way that Janelle wouldn't be like one of the people that bring back for that. But yeah, I would not expect her to be like an actual player on the season. I mean, the legends for sure are just in con. Like I would be mind blown if this cast actually has legends as part of the actual cast. Like I 1,000,000,000% feel like by the way the press release was worded that the legend aspect of it is for like competitions, or at least like they're not going to be part of the actual cast. I do think there's a chance if there's like random returning players outside that. Yeah, Jag 1,000,000,000% will be there. Tucker if he's not on the season, Keanu if he's not on the season, possibly even Morgan. Really Morgan actually, especially considering she's in LA already. They definitely consider Tucker a legend. I think that's undeniable. They 1,000,000,000% consider Tucker a legend. Again, if we're saying fucking Charlie Davis is a legend of Survivor, it's like I think they consider Tucker a legend of Big Brother. feel more confident now. They'll be half and half. It's not even going to be half and half. I would be mind blown if it's half and half. Like, I feel like 0% chance it's half and half. I think it's more likely to be all newbies than it is like half and half. Like, generally at this point, I think if I were to bet on like the structure of the cast, I would say like most likely is one returnee. Second most likely is just that it's all newbies and they just have these legends come in for competitions. I think third likely is like 4 returnees, then maybe like 2 returnees, and then that might just be it at that point. Again, they didn't say playing against returnees. They said they'll be competing against returnees, or competing against legends. And again, like I think it's in the way that Casey was last time, where like they bring a legend in to do a competition like every week, and they face off against the players. Like, not that it didn't say that they're playing against them in the game. I feel like if they were in the game, it would have actually said that. Especially considering this is like a press release to get advertisers. Like, this is meant to like hype up the show of like, hey, we need money, like give us money. Like you would think of like they had like some exciting twist to bring back legends of the game to be in the season. Like they would actually like make that clear. They use the term legends. They didn't say returning players. 6 and 10 would be funny. What are we talking about? Like number of returnees? Yeah, I think that's about right. Like 35% one returnee, 30% all newbies, 15% 4 returnees, 20% something else. That's probably about where I'm at. Yeah, it was like to get like it was specifically like Paramount China, right? Like they were trying to get like advertisers from China for some. I mean, like obviously there's a reason for it, but like still, like kind of just a random way for like things to get leaked though. Who'd the one returnee be? I think most likely is probably Tucker, Angela, like Keanu, but like again, I feel like the fact that Keanu's still like all over the place makes me feel like that's less likely, but like it could be. I'm pretty confident it's not Morgan for like multiple reasons at this point. They want the Tencent sponsorship. I can't wait. Tencent's gonna make a Big Brother video game. I saw Danielle Reyes video. I mean, like, really, I don't think there's much of an opinion to get off of it, just because it's like, she could be lying, she could not. Like, generally, she made a video when Traders was happening, right? And, like, we thought she was lying, and it turned out she wasn't. So, like, I'm inclined to think she's probably just telling the truth, but she's, like, trolling to make you think that she's lying. Tucker versus Angela? It's possible. I think Tiffany, yeah, I don't think she can do it. Morgan isn't even on with multiple attorneys. I think it would have been possible, but like at this point, it's definitely not. Like Morgan's a very viable returnee. Is she like the number 1 pick for them? No. Would she be picked like number like I don't know, like 6, 7? Potentially. Like I think she's probably around that range. To where like I don't know if they couldn't get like their top few people. It's like I could see Morgan squeaking in there. But again, I don't think it's Morgan at this point. Like Morgan, like already is doing like a preseason draft with Puya. She now like Corey revealed that like him and Morgan are doing like a weekly like show or whatever. Was it weekly or bi-weekly? Whatever, fuck it. They're doing like some sort of like show like to talk about Big Brother on stream every week or something. So it's like again, like it's just not like Morgan at this point. I think Morgan's that high on Morgan. I don't think production's that high on Morgan. I think they're fine with her. I don't think they're her favorite or that she's their favorite, but like I think they're fine with her. Like I think she's again a viable returnee. Ranked the last 5 seasons. It's what 27, 26, 20. At that point, it's a bit fucked. What do I have on my season ranking? I think I have 25. I think it's literally reverse order, isn't it? Like as of my last season ranking. Maybe I stick by it. I don't know. Janelle just tweeted she's not on 28. How shocking! I like generally it doesn't mean anything. Like not that I think Janelle's on, but like again, like obviously they're gonna say they're not on. But yeah, it's like I would not expect Janelle to actually be on though. They say celebrates the legacy with returning players or returning house guests. I don't remember seeing that, but I don't know. Even then, like I still don't feel like it is like I think it's not gonna be half and half. Like I think at most it's 4. B27 returns based on production. Keanu, Vince Morgan, probably. I mean, like Keanu's definitely 1, and then yeah, Vince probably, and then Morgan. GZ6 being 80 feels generous. I'll be honest, I generally don't care. 24 definitely ages better than 25. I would agree with that. Full returnees, I can't wait. I can't wait to see fucking Chicken George back. Vince is a solo returnee in Paul. Yeah, that would be very funny actually. I would love to see that. Let's see. I mean, are we serious thinking Alyssa's on or not? I would assume not. What is this? Like, does the actual thing say returning players? Wait, all right, let's see. All right, this. Yeah, like a time trip theme celebrates the show's legacy of returning house guests, recreate iconic moments. Again, like I stand by this. Feels more like they're gonna make an appearance more than they're on the actual season. Like them saying that the theme celebrates the show. It's like, again, to me, it doesn't feel like this is them, like that. This is like a cast of returning players. And also, yeah, we also know that it's translated wrong, right? Because like also on here it says Derek X is hosting Unlocked, when like Reality Fan clarified that yeah, it's wrong. And that it is still Derek Levasseur. They just put the wrong Derek. So it's like, even then, I don't know how much of it like fully taken the, like, in terms of the wording of it. Like obviously we know it's official, we know it's real, like it is from Paramount, but like in terms of like the translation of it all, it definitely could be very wonky. If it's 4 returnees, I would say Angela, I think, would just be one of them at that point. It could just be one of Tucker and Keanu, or for sure there. The question is which one, and the question is, could it be both? But I feel like one of the two is definitely there. After that, possibly DX? I don't know. Like Tiffany would have been a lock had it not been for Destination X. Like, I feel like they would try to separate it a bit. Like, I feel like they would only want at most 2, like, because like I think it'll be structured similarly like BB-18, where BB-18 was a spot where there were 2 people from the last season, 1 person from the season before that, and then 1 person from a few seasons back. So like in that spot, it's like I think they would want maybe 2 people from 26 instead of 27, because I feel like 26 is a cast they like more. So maybe Tucker and Angela, maybe Keanu as the 27 rep, and then the older school person being, I guess at that point it'd probably be a woman if we are doing Keanu and Tucker. But it's like, I don't think Rachel's coming back. Leah would be random. I feel like I don't think they, like, if we're saying that they don't like Morgan enough to bring her back for the season, they definitely don't like Leah enough to bring her back for the season. Like Morgan's definitely way more likely than Leah. Could be Daniel Reyes, I guess. Yeah, it would be random though. for Daniel Reyes to be there with like Tucker and Keanu. Cowboy, I can't wait. I think they will 100% bring Tucker back. The question is, does Tucker want to come back? Which I think he would. But I think they're like, again, obviously, did they like the situation of him wanting to quit? No, but they still would bring him back anyway. Which of Chelsea or MJ go home if Angela won the double eviction HOH? Yeah, probably MJ, right? Like, I don't even think the votes would. Actually, no, wait. Final 6. Angela wins HOH. Probably puts up MJ, Chelsea. Let's say Vito stays the same. There's a shot, actually. There's a shot. They vote out Chelsea. Like Chemo and Rubina. They at least talked about it eventually. Like, do they pull the trigger? Not sure, but like, I think they talked about it at 5 though, didn't they? Not at 6. So, yeah, probably it still is MJ. Especially during a double eviction. Yeah, they did want. I'm remembering it now that they did want MJ out leading into the double eviction, right? Isn't Tiker's message to them work with Chelsea? Yeah. But they still talked about taking out Chelsea at 5. I mean, Chemo is very Mitch coded, right? What will Chemo do? Again, imagine Chemo actually won the season. Imagine what would BB26's legacy be if Chemo like actually like say Chemo stays at 5 and then he takes out Chelsea at 4 somehow. Twitch didn't notify you? Well, that sucks. Well, you're here now. Neil Garcia and Justin from BB2 coming back. Obviously. We made the endgame better. Yeah. Anything could have been better than what we got. Not really. I think BB26's endgame is one that like it's probably better than like people remember, because I feel like a lot of people just remember it's like, oh, it's a Chelsea steamroll. There's no chance Chelsea was going to win or wasn't going to win by that point. But it's like there was still some interesting stuff happening. I mean, I saw like Mason Ray's Canada cast a while ago. Like I don't care. When's this starting? It's still a few weeks away, right? Is T-Core the player with the most wasted potential? I think that's kind of a weird, like how do we value that? Because it's like ultimately, is the potential there? Like the problem with T-Core is that she just has no killer instinct. So it's like the potential's not really there because she has no killer instinct. Like if she had it, then like I don't know. It's like I feel like to me it's like a little bit different than like someone like a Haley. I feel like who like probably has a killer instinct, but we just like never see her in that spot to actually like utilize it. Where like T-Core is someone that doesn't really have it to begin with. Yeah, like Leah is probably even more like wasted potential than like a T-Core. Maze Race 40 is a shortened celebrity season? That sounds awful. Like, why? So these 52 still filming? It should be, but couldn't tell you. Like I know there's supposedly like there's a lot of like tsunamis and stuff, right? But I would assume it's still filming. Like again, going by the 50 schedule, it'll finish like at the end of the month. So like about a week or so from now. Yeah, Chelsea just constantly flip-flop things. Which like it's far away. I don't look at Chelsea as the greatest player in the world. 52 had tsunamis because Rizzo is out there, clearly. Which season has the least chance of a returning player at this point? BB1, BB9, BB15? BB9. Like BB15, there's at least like a modicum of a chance of Alyssa, but like it's not happening. BB1, it's like maybe there's a world where they want to like, oh, we'll celebrate the first season by bringing back Eddie McGee. Like BB9, there's not really any reason to bring anyone back from BB9. And again, even though BB1, BB50 situations are never happening, but like there's literally no reason for them to bring back a person from BB9. Now I see a tsunami on Survivor. Dude, generally that confessional is like it lives rent free in my head. The now I see Zach Brown on Survivor. Walk Up Wednesday, yeah, thank God. Adam All Winners. I don't even think they're calling Adam for All Winners. I would like to see Adam play. I think it actually would be really interesting to see Adam, who's like now a very different person. Be a more developed person, like playing the game nowadays. But yeah, it's just not happening now. How old is Chicken George nowadays? He's got to be like up there, right? I think Andy would have more of a chance than Adam. But also, I would think it's rough for Andy. I think his only like modicum of a chance is an all-winner season. Even then, like if they do an all-winner season, it likely would be a shorter one, like a smaller one. Like it would be like a celebrity-esque season, and even then, like it's probably a smaller cast to where they might not even need Andy anyway. Late 50s. Is he really only in his late 50s? That's insane to me. I would have guessed like Chicken George was like 75 or something. Wait, was speaking of Adam BB9, me and some other Twitter friends read LF saying he's very good socially. Yeah, I mean like everyone loved Adam. Like I should say everybody, but like most people really liked Adam. Like he's the type of person that like he does insult some people here and there. But like the general like vibe around him is that people do just like him. He's still younger than Jerry was on 10. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, 67. My guy's 6'7". The winner that uses winnings to sell drugs returns. Yeah, I can't wait. And he's the last man getting called. I think like Dick's not getting called at all at this point. Boogie's probably not getting called at all at this point. So it's like, I don't know if he's the last, but is BB9 the orgy season? Like, I guess. Like I do find it funny how it's like remembered as that when like there wasn't actually an orgy on the season. Like there was like, I mean like in terms of like there was an orgy postseason. But there wasn't actually like an orgy on the actual season. Like there was like making out. Like they did like one night where like they were like all in the hot tub and making out and everything. But like yeah, like the orgy stuff is like technically postseason stuff. Oh yeah, Jackson's not getting called back either at this point. From a reliable source that BB30 is first boots. Well, I heard from a reliable source Survivor 60's first boots. Evil Dick's the Brian Heideck of Big Brother. Not exactly, because like production loved Evil Dick at the time. I think Evil Dick's like the Richard Hatch at this point in terms of like how production views them. Where like they're just kind of a dick and like too much to bother trying to work with anymore. Oh, I forgot about that actually. I genuinely forgot about that. Jackson was on God 101. Yeah, Maggie's probably more of the Brian Heideck. Who I want to see on would I want to see a first boot season of Survivor? Yes, I would. It's never happening. Like I don't think they'll ever do it, but I think it would be interesting. Especially at this point. Like, I think it's like if we did it back in, like, Survivor 25 or something, no. But I think at this point, I would say, like, I don't know. Like, there's got to be enough good first boots. Like, especially if we're doing, like, people voted out first from their tribes, I think that would 100% be, like, a very viable cast. Like, even first boots, it's like, I think we're at least close to having, like, a genuinely good cast. Recite the entire 50 trailer line by line? Probably not. Just because, like, I wouldn't remember the order of things. But like I would remember, like it's like if I watched it, I would like be able to recite it as it's happening, but I would not be able to recite like top of mind like right now, of like remembering every little thing in order. Um, Haley, Cody Nixon, and Danny Briones deactivated cameos. That's something. Also, like if you deactivate your cameo, like doesn't actually like it's like that could also just mean that you don't want to do cameo, like you're expecting Big Brother season to be busier cameo wise, you just don't want to do cameos. um like I think like to me that's like kind of what that rates for someone like a Cody Nixon at least. um well, pre-merge only season is like possible. um like that's at least like an idea that I think could get greenlit. First boot season's never happening. um who's getting Cody cameos? I'm sure a lot of people are getting Cody cameos. Isn't Cody like running for like governor or something? Not governor, senator or something? No, not senator. That's not right either. Like state senate or something like that. He's like running for something, isn't he? Zane comes back, yeah. I think only first boots from Big Brother have a chance of returning are Matt and Zay. Yeah, Big Brother. I don't think there's enough good first boots to bring back. Like Survivor, I think we're at the point where like yeah, after 50 seasons, I think we have like a viable enough grouping of people. Like you can get 18 first boots. That would be like a good cast. Especially like there's a lot of like different types of first boots at this point. There's like oh yeah, you have like someone like Darnell as a first boot, and you have like Stephanie Gonzalez as a first boot. It's like I don't know, it's not like because I feel like with Survivor, it's like you kind of think of like the first boots like oh they're like typically like kind of like older, out of shape like sort of people, but it's like no, you have a lot of like just kind of normal people. Um, so yeah, it's like I think Survivor you could definitely get like a well-rounded cast. Big Brother, it's like yeah, it's like I don't know who they're actually bringing back there. Joey BB16. I mean, she's not one of the least likely. Cody ran for House and didn't get on the ballot. Well, that's kind of funny then. Yeah, I didn't know the results of that. Cody and Janelle going to be MAGA Chilltown. Rather not. I don't even know if you can get a good pre-jury Big Brother cast. Yeah, even pre-jury, like that's something I never actually realized until doing the pre-jury player thing, top 10 pre-jury players for Big Brother. Um, yeah, there's not really that many great like pre-jury Big Brother players. Um, and like even personality wise, it's like usually like there's like most of them are like train wrecks. Towards like I think you can get like you can have like a good chunk of them on the cast, but you don't want like every person on the cast to be like a Caitlin Herman like type. Um, Dan and Brittany did the recording for a Patreon and a Twitch stream. Oh really? That's kind of funny. I didn't know Dan and Danielle were still like in contact. Um, so that's kind of funny to think about. Wouldn't be mad at Janelle return. She gave the same energy she had on Traders. I don't know if I'd be upset either way, but I'm just not like I feel like I'd rather just see other people play again than Janelle. Like I feel like we've gotten what we're gonna get from Janelle. I don't think there's much new to get from Janelle at this point. Like I would so much rather just see like a Hannah Chata there or something. I don't know, like someone like else that like hasn't played again and from more recent season. Or even if we're going like from a season that far back, it's like I'd rather see like Jen Johnson than Janelle. Um, but the cryptic RHP correspondent, I think they're just trolling. Um, if it is real, it's Amon, but I think they're just trolling. Basically, I don't think they would be doing anything now. Like they're not sequestered yet. Like if it was real, they would be doing it when sequester started, which would be like at the end of the week. The fact they're doing it now makes me feel like yeah, it's just a troll. Daniel Murphy said on Twitter she likes Ashley. I feel like that makes sense. I feel like they're not that dissimilar. I have not watched Royal Quebec yet. Again, still will probably be a while. I know Spoiler Girl said they're sequestered on the 30th, but like that's Spoiler Girl. I believe based on like I know Ashley said on Twitter that like it would be at the end of the week based on when they were sequestered last season. Like I would assume that's probably the same thing. Probably like the weekend. Um, because what we're yeah, it starts on the 9th. So this weekend is what, a week and a half before? Yeah. So I think that sounds about right. Spoiler Girl's never wrong, clearly. Tai Trang was on Survivor 50. I don't know if you know that. Sierra Easton was definitely in the running for Survivor 50 after she had already posted that she's going to a casting call after, like during 50 filming. Like that definitely was happening. Most lucky WTF pick for 28. Like Zach. Like I feel like it has to be like a random pre-merger from last season. Is Jimmy what the fuck? And even that, I think Jimmy's been too vocal for it to be Jimmy, but like still. But yeah, I feel like Zach maybe. Then she got Sierra and Ty for my leak list. I don't know from mine, but I think like from just the general like rumors being talked about. Leah, Adrian. Oh yeah, we need Adrian. Yeah, we do need Adrian for Wall Comp Wednesday. Yeah, generally, yeah. I guess like Leah is like possible enough to be a what the fuck pick, but like, I just don't think they would pick Leah. Even if it's a what the fuck pick from 26, are they picking Leah? Like I think it's more likely to pick like Rabina than Leah. Wow. It would be fun. It would be funny if Morgan just did all this just to like, yeah, just to be on the season, like made all these plans. Or what if she's just telling people to tell people that she has plans? That would also be kind of funny. Yeah, it'll be Monday. That's what I assume. Like, I assume that they'll probably be like flying out across the weekend, and then yeah, I'll probably like officially start on like Monday. But Leah is not even like Brittany. Brittany was at least fan favorite. Like Brittany was fan favorite from a couple seasons. Like Leah is like what, 7th place, like barely on the show. It's like I don't know. Like I just feel like Leah feels a lot less viable. Like I don't even know if Leah makes a full All-Star season, let alone like a 4-person season. I'll just be Joseph. I would be mind blown at being Joseph. I would actually like to see it being Joseph. Even Nicole Franzel was top 3 fan favorite. Leah's not even that. Is Nicole considered what the fuck pick? I don't think so. I think Devon was the more like what the fuck pick, but more so it was like understandable as she was a big character, but also it's like why is she back for this season? Or at least the rest were like again like very like James and Frank were fan favorites. Nicole was 3rd. I'm not gonna do cast speculation. It's not worth it. I don't even think we're actually gonna get that many returnees, if any. Brittany is much more popular than Leah, yeah. What are the first 4 calls? And casting a first boot season. I mean, yeah, like Francesca is the first call. It's just that she's gonna say no. Like non-returnees, John Lovett, right? Like John Lovett's definitely there. Is that a thing? They confirm it's returnees? Is that recent? Well, again, we're not considering returnees, right? Then, yeah, Jelinski. I don't know if Zane. I mean, Francesca turned down 50 and turned down 40, and it's like, yeah, I think Francesca's just done. Like every time I've heard Francesca talk about the show, she's like very anti coming back. It's like I would not expect it. Dave was ranting me at the time, but I was in the online fandom. Yeah, it's like I feel like Devon's the percent like from a casual perspective, people were like shocked, but like online, people were like excited. the season would be almost built around her. I feel like that she doesn't want that. Relative events that if 20 has returnees, yeah. Yeah, I don't think 20. Yeah, I generally just do not think 28 will have that many returnees. Like even taking out like all the stuff that's happening around, like I just think I would be mind blown if it's more than 4. Yeah, Stephanie's very possible too. Yeah, it probably would just be Stephanie, John Lovett, Francesca, and Jelinski. Yeah, that'll probably be like the first 4 calls. So yeah, it'll just be like most of the recent ones, and then Francesca. Is John Lovett the new Brad Culpepper? Like, I don't think Brad Culpepper's not even that big of a celebrity, is he? Like from what I understand, I don't believe Brad Culpepper's like that big of a name in football. If I remember right, wasn't Gary Hogeboom like a bigger name than Brad Culpepper? And even Gary Hogeboom's not that big of a name. Zach Wurtenberger. Yeah, I have to consider him first boot. Actually, they probably would. I would if they did do a first boot season, I would expect them to stretch it for some people. Have you ever seen John Lovett showing his injuries in an interview? What are we talking about? If you're a football super fan, you know Culpepper. Yeah. But he's definitely not like a household name or anything. Which I guess, to be fair, like, is John Lovett like a household name? Like, I don't know if my parents would know who John Lovett is. Someone who's always happy to have returnees. I wouldn't be always happy, but like I think this is a good spot for it. Yeah, in the political world, people definitely know who he is. Do I know what Fair Play Bella's track record is? I don't remember. I feel like I remember that name, but I don't remember which person that is. Like which leaker that is. Do I think any new era first boots wouldn't make the cast if 54 was the first boot season? Like obviously I assume we're skipping Jackson, right? I don't think there's any like Nicole is one that like is Nicole that notable? But like Stephanie is someone that they definitely liked. Obviously John Lovett. Jelinski they like. Why am I blanking? Oh, Hannah Rose. So it's like that. Yeah. Are we skipping Hannah Rose? Like, what are we doing with that? Anyway, then well, I'm assuming we're doing Maddie, which like she's possible. Mariah is like possible, but not lock. Zach, I think would be very viable. Especially for first boot season, and then Abraham. Also, would they do Sarah also? I don't know. Yeah, it's like I feel like from what I understand about John Lovett is like John Lovett's like obviously within his sphere he's like pretty well known, but like he's definitely not like a household name that like any like average like American would know. Like I never heard of John Lovett until he was on Survivor. Gary Hogan wasn't yeah. Yeah, I know Gary Hogan was not supposed to be that good of a player. Like he only played like I remember I listened to was it the Sam Phelan podcast on RGP where they went through all the like celebrities or all the athletes that were on Survivor and like ran through all their like track records and everything. I did see that. I did see the pit situation with like him hosting the was it John Lovett hosted a like a panel and like made like jokes that people didn't like or whatever. Um, I've been thinking about the concept recently about Mount Rushmore of every era. Um, would Amber make a top like a Mount Rushmore? So are we? I'm assuming we're meaning at the time of like Palau, right? Like, are we talking about like we're making it immediately after Palau? Actually, there's a shot that they put like Steph on there. um, if it's immediately after Palau. And I feel like, actually, I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to do 4. Yeah, like Rupert would have made it. I feel like. Generally, they probably would have just done. I don't even think they would have bothered gender wise. Like yeah, it's like yeah, like if you're requiring 2 men, 2 women, then yeah. But like genuinely, I don't think they. I think they would just pick all men for 1 through 10, especially. I think it'd be like what Hatch, Rupert, Colby, and Rob probably. Like maybe there's someone I'm forgetting, but like I feel like that feels like they're like 4, um, at the time. Whatever rank blockbuster evictions, it's possible. I'm not opposed to it. What is this? What is this clip?
Put this out, the public would not know nothing. I'm the one that's putting it out.
Okay. Odds of BB30 being all stars? I would say also not very likely. Only did Rob over Rupert to justify putting Amber. Yeah, I don't think they would care though. Yeah, Steph. I think they would put Steph over Amber even. I do hope if Vince is on. It's very possible they bring back the egg costume. That'd be great. We should do a who would have replaced Jeff as host draft. When were we ever going to get the result of that though? But I don't know, maybe. Boss Rob's not going to be in Big Brother. Like I can't imagine. Yeah, it's just season 30. And that means season 31 will be all stars. Genuinely, actually, I think I would actually bet more money that season 31 would be all stars than 30. Again, 50 reviews still chugging along. I am writing wise. I got to the final 6 immunity challenge. Is where I'm at writing wise. I should have it. I should have the writing done by the time next stream, essentially. But yeah. And I'm being a bit busier these last few days than expected. Like today, I have that much time to work on it today, but still. It's still on pace to be done around the time of Big Brother starting. 31 be considered a 30th season as no one considers BB1. I mean, that is true. Aubrey is a psycho. That is confirmed. Actually, generally it is kind of funny that's the case. They put a Survivor player on their 25th anniversary season. Actually, I didn't read that article. I know there's the article on like the Survivor 50 cast picks who should replace Jeff as host or whatever. I haven't bothered reading that article, but yeah, I'm sure there's probably some funny results. Yeah, again, it's the multiverse. That's the only reason, because they had to do the multiverse there. Thoughts on Gears 3? It's good. I don't know. I think it's. I think overall it's on par of 2. I think it's more polished, like gameplay wise and everything. Narratively, you can tell they're like trying a bit more. Artistically, it feels a bit weird. Like I don't know. Art style wise, it kind of bothers me at points. Like how like bright it is at points, but no, it's good. For what for Gears of War game, the clarify, like it's not like I would never rate it like 5 out of 5. Like it's not a masterpiece or anything, but like it's solid, probably like 4. the Dalton Ross BB article. I saw that he did it. I didn't bother reading the actual article itself. Coach and Joe were the only ones to suggest themselves. Yeah, I'm actually surprised by that. What did Devin say? I just assumed Devins would say himself. Daddy Joe hosting would be funny. Yeah. I did listen to the Christian deep dive, or whatever. It's not really a deep dive. Either way, the RGB interview with Christian, which was interesting. Not too much new from it. But yeah, Christian does talk very positively about Jonathan. To where I would lean, like, I do think he leans Jonathan over Rizzo, for sure. Also does say that, like, the jury did very much give credit to Aubrey for the Aussie move, and that's like kind of a lot of the like a lot of the basis around the jury voting for her was like they gave her a lot of credit for that, which, like, yeah. Thoughts on GTA 6 physical? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying GTA 6 at all. I think I've decided. I just don't care, to be honest. Like, I'm just not like a big GTA guy to begin with. The fact that it's like $80 and also not a real physical, like there's no disc in the physical version, I'm just like, yeah, I don't really care. Like, if they eventually release a real physical, I'll probably buy that and play it then. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not dying to play it. I have too much other shit to play. Like, unless it comes down and like it legitimately is like one of the best games ever made, which, like, it probably will be looked at as that, right? But yeah, I am not like that excited for it personally. I think the 50 jury was misguided. I think I think them giving Aubrey credit for the Aussie move is incorrect. Like, I think it's like, yeah, like, I think they had a misconception of what happened in the game. Like, I would not say that they voted incorrectly or whatever, because, like, again, that's the kind of the part, I mean, that's part of the game, is to have the jury like believe your story and your side of things. But in terms of like based on their criteria of what they wanted to reward in a winner, do I think they followed that? Not really. I think RZA should have told Ozzy to play his idol. Wait, I think RZA should have told Ozzy to play his idol so he would have been so bitter at him. What? I would not be shocked if Ocarina of Time remake comes out like to compete against GTA, because I feel like that's the only game that feels like it can, right? It's like especially considering like Ocarina's coming out on Switch, where GTA is not coming out on Switch. Like, I feel like that feels like the only game that that feels like it could like come out around the same time as GTA 6 and not like be ruined by it. Christian not coping to the cast that he didn't vote for Aubrey because of reasons or something. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's the thing, is that supposedly Christian, Emily, and Devins didn't tell anyone who they voted for. Which, like, considering everyone knew Aubrey won, it's like, I don't know how much I really believe that. Also, claims that him and Emily didn't pregame, which is, that's something. Again, said that they talked in the pregame and like obviously knew that they were going out there, but like didn't like strategize pregame. Which, no, I never watched the Exodus gameplay. I kind of forgot, to be honest. I think GTA 6 is generally coming out in November. Like, I think it's generally coming out. Like, I don't think it would get delayed again. It actually will be very funny if it does, though. Like, just to see like how much scrambling there'll be from like all the other companies to move around it. Because like there's so many games that are coming out, like obviously the October stuff, but like that won't affect things. But like the games that are coming out in like February, like seeing them scramble and like, oh, now we're releasing in November, I guess. That'll be very funny. The Christian deep dive flip my opinion. I mean, I think it's still the same. Like, my opinion has always been that I think Jonathan wins naturally, but like, there's a shot if Suri campaigns for Rizzo that like the votes flip for Rizzo. Um, like, I don't think that changes anything. Um, I mean, like, I feel like with the other people, I tend to like. I don't think it sounds unreasonable. Like, he said that, like, oh yeah, me and Devins didn't pregame, which like makes sense considering Devins wasn't really on the cast. It's like they were like friendly outside the show from before that, but like, do I think Devins and Christian like were like heavily strategizing with each other? Like, I don't know, like maybe, maybe not. I don't really believe like him and Emily though. We again, like, yeah, like I think they did. Um, if it moves up, would be funny too. Boogie as a soul returnee. I think we're good. I'd rather not. I think Rizzo should have told Ozzy to play his idol so he wouldn't have been so bitter. Okay. Yes. Essentially. So like I've written past that in the review and everything. I think the way I think my current stance on it is I still do think Rizzo should not have taken out Ozzy. I still think the optimal play would have been to tell Ozzy to play the idol. What was the other part of it? Yeah, and like take out Aubrey. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Aubrey's still like someone that would theoretically beat you at the end. It also keeps in Ozzy and Suri as a big shield for you. I do think it's a spot where like I at least understand his rationale more, and I don't think it's a horrible move. Now knowing what we know, but I do still stand by that. I think it probably was the optimal play to tell Ozzy to play Zyto and keep him around, um, than Aubrey. But anyway, um, more 50 scores than B. I mean, we talked about B20 a lot earlier. Rizzo definitely would have been a better spot if Ozzy uses I don't know, Aubrey goes home. Yeah, yeah, that's the thing. It's like because like at that point he's in the middle of everything, or like he doesn't have a personal connection with Aubrey. Or at least at that point, it's like yeah, it's like can he beat Ozzy and Suri? No, but he at least is like integrated with him to where they want to take him to the end. So it will at least help him navigate through the game to have Ozzy still there over an Aubrey who he has no actual inroad with. B20 better be 90 plus days. Why? We know the date, don't we now? Like it's like 88 days or something like that. Like the finale's on October 1st. Which yeah, it's like 87, 88 days, something like that. Which I think is fine. Like that's around what I would want it to be. Ozzy or Tiffany go out 7 as Rick isn't booted there. Oh wait, we're talking about because of the numbers of it all. Because what if Aubrey's gone? Then yeah, I think like they pick up Rick for 1 vote. By the way, I'm calling him the Goat Trio in my review. Yeah, I think they vote with Devins to take out one of Ozzy or Suri. And then yeah, like I think either way at that point, it's like Rizzo, Ozzy, or fuck me, Rizzo, Jonathan, Joe were like intending to go to the end with each other. Either way, it's just a matter of like the order of how everything lays out. And like Suri was still loyal to Rizzo to where like it would have been difficult to get a vote onto Rizzo at least. Could Suri have actually saved Evans at 7? No, I don't think. I think, yeah, it's like I don't think so. But she didn't want to anyway. Like ultimately, like both Aubrey and Suri both wanted Devins gone, so like it didn't really matter. Yeah, Devon's wanting Suri out. Having Suri at Final Four is probably better because they doubt she wins immunity or fire. That is the argument. Like I think it's a spot where like I get the logic still from where they're at. I still think Suri is a bigger jury threat. Aubrey is less of a jury threat. To where while Aubrey's like slightly more likely to win the challenges, I do feel like I would rather face off against Aubrey at the end than Suri. I think Rizzo wins if he drags 3 to 4. Probably. Well, actually, I don't know if he wins. Again, like at that point, like I think we get the Rizzo, Jonathan, Joe final 3. I don't know if Rizzo wins still. Like I think it would come down to final tribal. But at least it's viable. I mean, Jonathan wins, like based on what we know. Like as of coming into final tribal, Jonathan wins. Could that change? For sure, but like he definitely wins coming into the jury vote. I think he wins if he doesn't burn Ozzy. I don't think that plays that big. I think Ozzy's one vote. It's like ultimately he needs Emily, Devon's, Christian. Like I think those are the important jury votes. Because like even if he had like in that situation, even if he has Ozzy, it's just what Ozzy, Tiffany, Suri. Yeah, I think that's it, right? Like he still needs Christian, Emily, Devon's. D, yeah, D. Again, it's he still needs what 2 more votes at least. Jonathan did kind of force Rizzo to do his dirty work at 9. I don't think that was intentional though. Especially because like Jonathan didn't know that Ozzy and Rizzo had a relationship. Like it definitely wasn't intentional from Jonathan's point of view. I'm pretty sure we've talked about this before. Cookout over Brigade. If we're talking about like the actual quality of an actual alliance. Maybe Jonathan's not that bad. Oh yeah, Rizzo's still number 1. Because again, like Rizzo still was playing optimally for the entire end game stretch. He still was the one in the center of things for the entire post merge phase. Jonathan was on the outs left and right. Again, like I still feel like Rizzo is like played the better game. But yeah. Where are we at? We're almost 12. I think we will probably start the player ranking soon. By the way, so we start off last player ranking not thinking that there were any comments. Turns out there were comments. So oh well. I disagree with that notion. Especially rewatching the episodes. I think Jonathan definitely like I don't agree with the notion that Jonathan doesn't make moves that others aren't already doing. Like if anything, like we see Jonathan be the first to want to make a move before other people. Like even when Aubrey, even like there's points where like the edit tries to give credit to Aubrey, even in situations like that, Jonathan already wanted to make that move by the time that Aubrey tells him like because I'm literally at the point where Aubrey gets credit for like turning the vote on Tiffany. But like Jonathan already says that he wants Tiffany out at that point. Like because like the edit tries to make it seem like Aubrey's like turning the vote against Tiffany. She's the one that's getting them, but it's like Jonathan already wanted that. Joe even wanted that. Like Joe already says it like right away. It's like again for like there's so many fucking points this season where they try to give like Aubrey credit for things, which is very fucking funny. Yeah, we can't execute. No one can though. Like I mean, like I don't know. It's like I think it's like it feels like a bit of stretching to just not give Jonathan credit. Like no one can execute anything without other people involved. Again, we literally see Jonathan be the one to go to Joe and Rizzo and say, hey, we should get rid of Ozzy. But also, I actually found this very funny on the rewatch too. The entire Ozzy thing makes no fucking sense on the rewatch. The Aubrey like getting credit for the Ozzy vote. Because like we literally see Aubrey tell Rizzo and Jonathan, or no, Rizzo and Joe what Ozzy told her. And then like the next scene, Joe still wants Aubrey out. And it's like it's not until like after Jonathan talks to him that he goes to Rizzo, and then like Rizzo agrees, and then Joe is on board. But like it's like a spot where like they make it seem like Aubrey saved herself. Like Aubrey doesn't. Like it's literally a spot where like Aubrey didn't like again like Joe still wanted Aubrey out after that. I feel like I give Aubrey credit for flipping Rizzo. I guess. I think that's most the credit that you have to give her. Because I think that's the only thing that could even make sense in this spot. The question is, was Rizzo the defining factor into it? Like, would Joe have still flipped even without Rizzo? Which I don't think we'll ever, like, really know. Joe said it played a factor at Final Tribal. Does Rizzo still turn if Ozzy doesn't blunder? I think he does, but I could be wrong. Like, I definitely don't think Rizzo wanted to go to the end with Ozzy. Would he have turned in that specific round? I'm not sure. But it definitely would have been soon, either way. Rizzo should have told Ozzy plays idol. Maybe. I don't think it's that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things, but I do think it was probably the optimal play to do so. I don't think for the jury aspect of it, though. I don't think that plays that much of a... Like, I don't think that really matters. Because, like, I don't think, like, he's still going to be bitter at Rizzo either way. Like, because, like, what's the difference between, like, that spot and then, like, him just voting out Ozzy at 8? Like, that doesn't make that much of a difference. Like, either way, he's voting out Ozzy, or, like, at 7, whatever. But, like, either way, he's voting out Ozzy. Like, either way, he's going to betray Ozzy. Like, I don't think it really matters that much. Like, I think it's more so for, like, a positioning point of view, like, in-game that matters more than, like, a jury thing. Yeah, I still think Rizzo's won. Yeah, I think Ozzy's just always gonna not vote for the person he's the most betrayed by. Wait, Tiffany probably doesn't try to take out Ozzy to weaken Suri's chances to win. I think in that spot where Ozzy doesn't have an idol, I do think Tiffany votes with Ozzy and Suri. It'd have to be the other 4. He can blame Joe, Jonathan, Devins, Tiff for voting Ozzy out. But he can in this situation. He can blame Joe and Jonathan for voting Ozzy out. He actually does. I mean, like, also, like, Ozzy was, like, really bitter at Joe as well. Like, I just don't think it really matters. Yeah, him saying you said too much, that was definitely questionable from Rizzo. I'm still bitter at 50, almost tricked me into liking Ozzy. Ozzy's fine on 50. I either way, Ozzy is going to be bitter. It doesn't matter. Like, Ozzy's still going to be bitter at, like, whoever votes him out. Like, it really does not matter. Like, unless it was a spot where, like, Ozzy turned on Rizzo and then Rizzo got him out, I think either way, Rizzo's going to be bitter at whoever votes him out. I think that's why he wasn't bitter at Aubrey's, because, like, for in that spot, it was like, okay, it's me or Aubrey. But, like, outside of that, he's going to be bitter at you. Yeah, he was bitter at all of Rizzo, Jonathan, and Joe. He didn't want any of them to win. Ozzy move gave people to wait. The Ozzy move gave people too many credit that Aubrey could overextend it at 5. Like I assume, yeah, it's like it's a spot where like they definitely like again. I think it's a spot where like they wanted Aubrey to win just naturally. Like I just think they liked Aubrey and they liked her story more. But I think they used the Ozzy vote as like an excuse of like this is the thing she did. Yeah, Ozzy has said post show that he regrets voting for Aubrey. Who are number ones? Who is the best of that, actually? Like, is Charlie? It might be Charlie, to be honest, which is kind of weird. I don't think it's Kyle. I think it's Charlie, then D. And then... Ooh. Maybe Kyle? Maybe Rizzo? Oh. Good on Aubrey for actively not getting close to Ozzy's. That's insane reach. I'm assuming that's ranking of games. Like, that's what I was doing. If we're talking about players, then yeah, it's like Kyle, then D, then what, Charlie, probably. Or is it Rizzo? And then Charlie, I don't fucking remember. Again, we've literally done the player ranking. Good on anyone who doesn't get close to Ozzy. Exactly. Is Charlie the modern Rob Cisternino? Yes. I think that was my vibe coming into 50. Is that he would become the modern Cisternino if he was like an early boot. Closer to Fishback. I think practically, but I think legacy wise, he's more around. Like, I think he's like, I think coming into 50, he's kind of looked at as like the best to not win from the new era. And then he like leaves 50 kind of looking like a bit of a dodo. Like, I think he is kind of like the Rob C. Good on Aubrey for playing Survivor. That's debatable. Genuinely, like, a good chunk of my review is just like mocking Aubrey for like every time she says that I'm gonna actually do something, and then she just doesn't do anything. Charlie has a podcast. I can't wait. Generally, it's like the Aubrey edit's so funny in retrospect. Like, rewatching it now, it's like it's just so like see-through in that like they're trying to give her credit for things that just don't happen. And like for things that other people are doing, yeah, they're just like showing Aubrey's perspective of it. Like we're seeing like Jonathan, like again, there's like so many times this season where like it's like Aubrey's narrating like, oh, I gotta make these people do what I want them to do, and then like it's just Jonathan already wants to do it. Worst returning winner, probably, right? I mean, like, I would say probably worse than Sandra. Aubrey is Mitch if Mitch was Aubrey. Sure, I guess. I mean, either way, like, her winning is still her getting a win. Like, it's still, like, impressive from, like, a legacy perspective for her to be a winner now. But, like, I wished it was a better win. Center Final Tribal, the closer you get the people. Yeah, I know. But I don't think that's, like, actually... Like, I think it's intentional, but I don't think it's actually good. Like, I do think that's a takeaway she had. I don't think that's actually an optimal takeaway, and I think it's one that's very much reliant on luck. And it just so happened that this time it actually worked in her favor because she just somehow lucked to the end, and also in a spot where she was against other people that people hated more. Because again, does Ozzy vote for Aubrey over a lot of other people? Probably not. Like, literally outside of that Final Four, does Ozzy vote for Aubrey, like, over anyone else? Like, probably not. Like, I think Ozzy votes for Tiffany over Aubrey, votes for, again, like, to be fair, there was, like, the old school notion part of it, but, like, that's not obviously an active thing that Aubrey did. But still, I think he liked Tiffany more than Aubrey. Like, he obviously votes for Cirie over Aubrey. I think he votes for Devins over Aubrey. It's like, it's not even like a spot where, like, it actually was a beneficial thing to her, like, game. It just so happened that, like, her game lucked out in a way that it did end up, like, it's just like, it was a spot where, like, Aubrey, or where Ozzy was just less bitter at her than, like, the other three people that were around her. Aubrey actually tried to be new era, old era. No, she actually, it's the opposite. She claims she tried to be new era. Like, we literally get the speech from Cirie about how, like, oh, new era is gonna win. Like, someone playing with the new era mindset is gonna win this game. Like, that's what that's, like, kind of set up to. Is like, it. Like, I think we're meant to be looking at Aubrey as, like, representation of the new era. That, like, Joe and Jonathan are, like, new era players that played the old school game, where, like, Aubrey's the old school player that played the new era game. Wow. Do I think Jeff came in his pants when Cirie said that? Yes. Favorite iteration of Aubrey's low-key Edge of Extinction? I can see that. After stealing Par's idol and taking away Tommy's vote. Aubrey's endgame feels a lot more like Kenzie for 46. Like, it's worse, but, like, not really. Like, generally it's Michelle. Like, it's just Michelle in Ko Wrong. Like, it's Michelle and Ko Wrong without the Joe medevac. Like, yeah. Aubrey had a lot of win equity on Game Changers. I don't know if a lot. It's like, I mean, like, she wins. Like, she definitely loses the. Was it? She definitely loses to Cirie. Like, she wins against, like, Brad and Troyzan. Ty, I'm not sure. Like, I think that's kind of close. Like, both definitely get a lot of votes. And then Sarah, I think it depends on, like, bitterness to a degree. I don't know. Yeah, votes kind of fly all over the place there. Because I do think, like, Andrea votes for Aubrey. I think, like, Michaela and Cirie still vote for Sarah. Zeke votes for Sarah. Ty probably votes Aubrey. But it's like, I don't know. It's like, votes kind of go all over the place. And she was playing Michelle Game. That is a thing. Spoiler-free Supergirl review. I heard it's bad. Oh, it literally is right there. Yeah, I heard it's not a good movie. So that's a shame. What's in the recommended here? Dang it, this is also the channel that I don't use. Yeah, this is the Let's Play channel I'm logged in on. Why have I watched this on the Let's Play channel? Actually, I watched it on stream, didn't I? I think I watched it on stream. Seeing on Tuesday. Good luck. Well, Jeff, remember from the season? Yeah, I think Mr. Beast. Zach Brown. Now I see Zach Brown on Survivor. Probably the Rizzo mishap at the end. Generally, what else? Ozzy Blindside, probably. I don't know. Yeah, it's like, I don't think the season's like that. There's not that many, like, major high points. I've not done a Power Ranger theme ranking. I would like to, though. I think that's why we went over these that one stream. Oh, you're doing the challenge? Yeah, probably. Do I think Suri beats everybody in Game Changers? Yes. Did I not do that already? I think I assumed I did do that already. I could have sworn I've done that. Have I not done that? Yeah, I have. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I did. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Yeah, this one. What if the final jurors were finalists? They did 2 years ago. Yeah, it's like I assume Advantage again is definitely more prominent to him than probably like anything on this season, right? I've not rewatched my first video on stream. Nor would I. I don't know. Maybe at some point. I actually rewatched my Rumo video on stream. I need a face cam for that though. I feel like it'd be kind of weird just to do a reaction without a face cam. Mascot for B28. I assume it'll be like a villain, right? That's what they've been doing recently. I guess was Ainsley? Yeah, Ainsley was a villain still, right? Early on. Oh wait, did I close the wrong thing? I think I closed the wrong thing. God damn it! I needed one of these for There's a comment on one of these for the player ranking. This one. Okay, cool. I think it was this one. Yeah. Colby vote out? Yeah. I think you'll remember, like, Coach and Colby and, like, Sri. Like, I think just the general notion of them on this season. But I'm not really sure if he'll, like, when it comes to, like, specific moments, I think he'll probably just be... Oh, and also the Devon's, the fake idol. I think that'll also be top of mind for him. Do I think Aubrey's takeaway that she lost Co-Wrong because of her... lost because of her social game and Co-Wrong? Kind of? Yeah. Yeah, I think, like, in terms of, like, her jury management, at least, yeah. Pull up Survivor and play the crazy game. I've never seen one. Wait, and oh, is that this? Imagine like Rizzo is like telling me, "Hey, Keyshawn and Jonas shouldn't be this high. I'm a big Keyshawn hater. How dare you have Keyshawn this high?" BB28 had returnees, the most likely 25 returnee. I don't think it's Matt Klotz. I don't think they would bring back. I think like they did not love the what do you call it, the challenge stuff that happened with Matt, to where like I don't think they're dying to bring back Matt. I would say Cameron, maybe. I don't know. It's like Cameron's in this weird spot where like he's just so overshadowed, but like I think he is like still like one of their top pick. Like I just don't think they're bringing back anybody from 25 outside of Jag. Like I guess Felicia, right, would be the other one. But like I just don't think they're bringing back 25 BB25 people. Like Izzy is also like a shot after Amazing Race at least, which I'll love to see. But like I don't know if they'll actually pick her, but I'd love to see it. But yeah, it's like I just don't think 25 is like even like 24. I don't think is a season they like that much either. Or like outside of Taylor, I like outside like for a season like this, like I would not expect them to bring back someone from 24. That's why I was kind of looking at like because I think it'll be like 26, 27, 23 or like the 3 seasons I'm like really looking at, and then like possibly like one random old schooler potentially. Some of my Race of 50 ranking said Andrea's far superior strategically to Tiffany. I don't know far. I mean, like, I don't think Tiffany's good strategically, but also it's like, I don't think Andrea is either. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying Andrea is far better. It's like maybe she's like a tad, maybe. Yeah, I don't think they bring back Michael though. I just think I just think Michael, like, I don't think they loved Michael on the season. And then I just feel like there's like other people to replace him for a season like this. Again, full blown returnees, maybe they circle back to Michael. But I mean, Andrew got blindsided every time. I mean, like, Tiffany almost did too. Like, Tiffany didn't even fucking know that they were working against her during the challenge, where like everyone was blatantly working against her. So I was like, I don't know if we're talking about Tiffany as like the greatest person, like in terms of self awareness. And then she was like mind blown that like why would they target Suri? It's like, I don't know. I don't think Tiffany's good. I think people will like from B24 is the winner. I mean, yeah. Tiffany was not blindsided at D vote. Like, she just voted for. She didn't want to vote for D. I don't think she was blindsided by a D vote. And also, to be fair, like, it actually like makes sense to do that in the case of a split, because like she to be fair, she didn't know that there was a split on her. That's what she got blindsided by. But she definitely knew like D was going home. What's the flaws of Andrea strategically? It's just that she's not that great. Like, I don't know if it's like a specific. It's just that she's fine. Like, she's a bit too trusting. I don't know if there's like specific like individual things to say strategically. Like, I don't know. Did she know the split? I thought she was blindsided by the split because that's why she was so upset by it. Yeah, I don't think they'll bring back Kyle. Joseph is like viable after Amazing Race, but I would still not like, I would still not be like expecting it. Andrea's no endgame path, but she's well rounded. Yeah, I mean that's Tiffany also. She was blindsided by Camilla though. Yeah. Yeah, maybe they knew. I mean, either way, like Tiffany definitely knew D was going home for sure. So it's not like she was like unaware of what was happening entirely. Does SC Champions pick up after their merge? Yes. SC Champions is like a really good post merge. I think that's like largely what makes the season. But like, there's some good moments here and there in the pre merge, but it really is the post merge that is way better. Yeah. All right. I think we should start the play room because it's fucking 12:20 already. How far in the stream am I? Like an hour and a half. So that's lovely. We still have 100 and what is that? 173 players, something like that. Jen not being in the jury phase is the top 5 worst. Oh, okay, there we go. I don't know if they make the top 10. Like either of David or Rob Bentley. Yeah, Jen should start an OnlyFans. I think she. How could she be an OnlyFans? She has so many fans. She needs to be a. She needs to have a many fans. I would love to see Jen Johnson. I would not say it's the most likely, but it's not impossible, I guess. But yeah. All right. Do I have everything open? Am I on the right screen? I think I am. All right. player ranking for whatever. We have a lot of comments to run through because I was an idiot last time and didn't realize there were comments when, yeah, there were. So this is the only one I genuinely missed. Like, this is one that actually was there and I just didn't realize it. Because this was posted on the like the individual like what do you even call these? The clip? I don't know what you call them. Like when I like highlight them, that's what it's highlights. But yeah, so this is a comment I missed from. This was supposed to be talked about last time. Keyshawn and Jonas being higher than people like Hai and Tori doesn't really make sense. Jonas, I don't agree. Like, Jonas is someone that was in the majority of the entire pre-merge phase. Hai, like, was blindsided right away. Like, I think, like, Hai and Jonas, that's, like, whatever. Hai and Tori, Jonas and Tori, though, I think, like, Jonas is definitely better than Tori, to me. Keyshawn, yeah, Keyshawn's definitely a big questionable. Let's see. So, what do we have? We have, Tori and Hai are here. Where is Jonas? Jonas is here. I think that's fine. Like, I think Jonas is fine. Like, I don't really have many complaints. Where's Keyshawn, though? Keyshawn's here. Keyshawn's one that, okay, this maybe, like, it could be a spot where maybe this tier needs adjusting. Yeah, it's like, I could see this tier being below. Like, I could see this tier being moved here. And that wouldn't be the most egregious thing in the world. Like, so this is like a tier of the pre-mergers that, like, most of them are swap screwed. Yeah, the only ones that aren't are Keyshawn and Lucy and Sabaya, and they were taken out due to weird, like, idol shenanigans, or, like, advantages. I'm generally trying to think it through. Like, I think this tier could be above. Like, these are people that still at least had, like, agency at points. I guess too for, like, Jen. Yeah, it's like, I think this is one that, moving them above this tier feels okay to me. This one, yeah, maybe it is fine. Like, Desiree, like, being above Bradley and Stephanie probably isn't the worst thing in the world. Why is Lucy and Alan separated? I forgot what the rationale was before. I mean, I think Lucy went to more tribals, right? Before that. Like, Lucy, like, played a more fluid game. She, like, flipped on Paul Wachter, was able to get back in with the group after that. Again, I think there's, like, at least, like, a tad more fluidity there. But yeah, I think it's a spot where, actually, how do I do this? Let us. Oh, was Brent Quinn in that tier? Oh, he was. Cool. But yeah, I think it's a spot where, like, I kind of want to move these people up to here. And then move this tier, like, closer to this. Both of them went to 2 tribals? No, they didn't, right? Yeah, Alan went to 2 tribals. Lucy went to 3. Yeah. Not that it's, like, that big of a deal, but, like, again, like, I think there's a lot more fluidity in Lucy's positioning in that season than Alan's. I do think Lucy's like a step above Alan, either way. Yeah, I think I'm sticking with it. Like, I think Jonas being above this tier feels fine to me. Like, he was in the majority entire pre-merge phase. Like, Hai had no clue what the fuck was going on at the beginning of the game. Tori was in a lot of danger early on in the game. Jonas was, like, stably in the majority. So, yeah, I think the rest there is okay to me. There was something else that I just realized. Oh, that's what. That's yeah. Whatever. We'll just do this real quick. I forgot. I didn't open the spreadsheet to copy stuff onto. For player rankings, will I be saying what seasons players were on? What exactly do you mean by that? Like in the video? Did I log in? Look, I did. Yeah, so that's fine. So again, we went through that one. Then this was the other one I missed. Is this one? Which this one I more like. This one was like posted on the actual main VOD. The reason I missed it is because it was posted like less than an hour before stream. They're like, I checked it like earlier on, like in the day, but I didn't check it like right before stream, where it got posted like pretty quickly after. What will be next thing? I forgot how I did on the Big Brother one. Probably not, right? Yeah, I think Big Brother I didn't, right, have the season, so I probably won't. I think I'll have the season. Actually, no. How will I do it? I might have season logo. I don't know. The problem with like the season thing is that it like takes up too much like space. So like names are already like some names are already like long enough to where do I really want to put like a season 15 right after that? So maybe I'll put like logo of their original season. That might be what I do. Yeah, I think that's probably more feasible than having the season number there. Well, we'll see. Will I give Rizzo credit for flipping Joe? Not 100%. I don't know. I think Jonathan would have likely been able to flip Joe either way, but I think it made it easier for Joe. Yeah. All right. What's this comment? Why consider moving up Austin and Sophie B? They were both well-rounded players who played most of their games optimally. They have some flaws to make it to the end. Yeah. Okay. So the entire thing's about that. Let's see. Sophie B and Austin are where? They're somewhere around here, right? Yeah. I think the tough thing here is kind of like I think there is kind of like a weird aspect to this of like here are some of the like I believe these are the top non-winning one-time players in Jesse Carson, Dominic, and Devin. To where it is kind of weird there's such a big gap between them and like Sophie B, Sam, and Austin. So I think that feels a little strange, but also like there's kind of a reason for that in the sense that like it's just like kind of easier to clump it together, these like returning players. So yeah, I'm not really sure what the solution to that. I don't know. Maybe it's a spot where. Huh. Like, okay, not what I meant to do. I don't. Yeah, I really don't know what to really do here. because I can kind of see it, especially because like these are like very like I guess like two for Jam Jam's like a bit different. But like Adam and Hatch are definitely very high variant players to me. I don't think Jam Jam is someone that could be an early boot. Like, I mean, like, he can be, obviously, but, like, it's like, I don't know. I think Jam Jam's someone that makes it deep most times he plays. Like, I'd be surprised to see Jam Jam be an early boot. Jim too low. I don't know. I have a tough time with Jam Jam just because, like, I have, like, very little faith in him strategically. So, yeah, that's something that, like, really bothers me with him. So, like, it really feels like he just stumbles his way into the win on 44. And he still does have social faux pas here and there. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is just one where I'm not really sure what to do with them. Because, like, I see the argument of them being higher, but also I don't know where to land them that would feel appropriate. Maybe, like, here? But, like, am I moving Dawn as well? Dawn versus Amber, Dawn versus Jenna. I think I could definitely argue it that Dawn is better than them. Though I think it would look weird though. There's a bigger gap between them and the likes of. Yeah, I think that's. Okay, I think it's like. I just want to move this and just see how it looks to me. Let's do this and let's move them here. So again, above Jam Jam, Adam, Hatch. For actually, I think at this point I kind of want to move Jam Jam there. I think. I think Jam Jam's gonna end up being closer to like really. It's like I can see a spot here where Jam Jam's like at the bottom of this tier maybe. How I view players who can take out their white whale. I mean, I think there's a difference between like Austin's not really the same as that because like Austin's someone that didn't want to take out his white whale. He's like Austin. It's like his white whale should have been D, but he didn't want D out. Like he was never gonna take D out. I think Jam Jam's better than Austin. I don't know. I think they're like kind of similar to be honest. Like I think Jam Jam's kind of like an Austin that end up accidentally winning, right? But like I think Austin feels like a more well-rounded player. So I'm not sure. Again, I've talked about BB28 in the past. I don't think it'll actually be legendary players on the cast. Yeah, Austin's better strategically. Like they're both too loyal to their number one allies. But yeah, I would have more faith in Austin strategically. I also think he's just more well-rounded and says that like Austin's never going to be an early boot. He's not going to talk himself into a hole. It's like he's just like a more competent all-around player. Yeah, I think I'll do this. Like, Dawn being right below Coach also feels like that's kind of somewhat correct. Yeah, I think I'll do this. James is to Carson what Austin was to D. Yes. There was a difference there, but I'm trying to remember what the difference was. Or at least there was like a counterpoint that I remembered. Or maybe I'm thinking of I'm thinking no, yeah. I'm thinking of a different situation. I'm thinking of like the difference between Sophie B and Austin. I mean, Sophie B is like in a spot where like Sophie B wanted to take out her like Savannah, like in that spot where like that's her Carson and her D, but she just couldn't. Or like Austin and Jam are people that didn't even want to take out their people. I still lost allies in the end game like Drew. Yeah. But I don't know if that's really that big of a deal in this ranking. Like I feel like that's more of like a game ranking sort of thing than like this ranking. I'm pretty sure I had. Actually, wait, no. What I have? Or was Austin? No, actually, maybe Austin was below Jam on my last New Era player ranking. Which one of these is? Is it this one? Oh no, I had Austin above Jam. I think I had Carson too low, but like still. Yeah, I feel okay about that. I think I'll leave it like this. I don't feel too bad of having Jam below Carson. Then yeah, okay, that's it for that one. And then we have the latest comments, which I think it's just one. Yeah, I think it's just one. Oh, which by the way, also Jack Fruman, who's probably not here, but yeah, I did see this. Maybe we'll see. With using the this time these players aren't human for when talk about Christian is a robot. Yeah, what is this? I feel like Carolyn should be around Holly, Lisa, Welchel level. Carolyn, which Carolyn was that in reference to? Rivera or Weiger? Be able to see what was it again? It was Holly, Lisa. I think where's Holly and Lisa? Here, Holly, Lisa. Yeah, I don't know which Carolyn they're talking about. Weiger is where? Somewhere here, if I were to guess? Or maybe not. No, is Weiger... No, she's here. Then, yeah, where's Rivera? Rivera is higher, isn't she? Yeah, she's up here. I think Rivera being here feels fine. I think her being with Chrissy feels fine. I think her being like a step above Rodney also feels okay. So yeah, I'm assuming Weiger, considering Weiger's lower. I don't agree. Yeah. Like maybe there's a world where she should be higher, but in general, I don't agree that Carolyn should be on the level. I think the problem with Carolyn is, like I think on paper they feel somewhat similar. Obviously, in the fact that they were like, I guess Holly wasn't a runner-up, but like they were meant to be runners-up. They were also people in like some danger early on. Were not like players that I don't think are like super consistent. And I think there's an argument that you could say that Carolyn is better in the sense that Carolyn is at least a more active strategic thinker. I think the problem for me of Carolyn is the fact that I think Carolyn is just very ineffective in the game. And like, I guess to be fair, actually, I think there's actually more of an argument of Carolyn and Lisa than there is Carolyn and Holly. I actually think Holly probably just is better. But yeah, with Carolyn Weiger, I think the problem comes from the fact that I think she's very ineffective in the game, in the sense that she's not really able to get her agenda really almost ever. Plus, also the fact she's not very integral in the relationships that lead to her alliance's success. Or at least in that, you could say Lisa's relationship with like Malcolm and like Penner, like that's kind of what put, and like obviously with Skupin, like that's kind of what put that like her and Skupin in the center of things. With Carolyn was just there. Like it really was more so just Jan Jam and Carson who had the connections with all the other players, like had the connections to like Jamie and Lauren. No, again, I'm reading comments from before and doing that. We're way past this. But yeah, so I don't agree. I think Carolyn still is lower. Like, could she be a tad higher? Like, maybe. Um, no, yeah, I think she's fine. Generally, I think she's fine where she is. Like Cassidy at least had like a killer instinct to a degree. Ken did. Carolyn's not even really willing to take the shot against Carson. It's like I think it's fine. Like yeah, I think I'm fine with that one. Lisa Kiefer should be Trish and Margaret level. Lisa Kiefer we went through last stream, so that'll be somewhere in here. Where's Lisa? Here. Maybe. I don't know, like generally it's like I don't really have that much of a vested interest in that. Like she's a pretty fluid player. She was willing to like flip flop. She doesn't even really do like that much wrong on her way out. Like it's more so just like kind of a misunderstanding. Um, like she still was not really able to get into like a true majority. I think is like kind of an issue, but yeah, debating it. I think Carolyn could have more of a killer instinct on return, but like also it's like I think that's not really. Again, I think that's too much basing it around potential than like what we've actually seen. No, Aaron's in the right column. The intention was to make sure to remember that Aaron's below the whoever she was below. I remember specifically that's something I did when we were doing that. Um, um, it's crazy how Carson was a fire making final four vote from playing one of the most dominant games ever. Yeah. Jamie was still better than Austin due to his position in Tika 3 in Endgame. Carson and Carolyn were both closer to him than each other. That's not really true. I think Carolyn was closer to Carson. Lauren and Jamie want to take him to 4 over Carson. Is that even the case? It's like, I know Jamie did. I don't know if Lauren did. And like, if it was more so like threat wise than like actual, like, because like he actually just was less of a threat than Carson. Like Carson still had the better relationship with Lauren. Can't believe Jason's not the worst post merger anymore. Yeah, what a tragedy. Who is the worst post merger at this point? Actually, it still could be Jason, right? I think this is the worst post mergers still. Wow. Yeah, I think like Lisa being here, yeah, that's fine. I don't really have like major qualms with that. Like, yeah. If anything, actually, maybe that's a. Okay, actually. Okay, I'm thinking about this tier at this point. And yeah, is it just a spot where I move this tier No, I don't move them down. Do I move John Kenny up as well? I think is the thing. John Kenny's just kind of a weird... Actually, I guess, like, John... Okay, fuck me. I guess John Kenny actually isn't that far apart from this tier, is he? Like, he kind of is, like... Yeah, he kind of is Stephanie Valencia coded. Oh, yeah, I forgot Bruce. Yeah, I forgot about Bruce. Yeah, Bruce is still probably the answer. And yeah, I guess we're talking about post-merge, I guess, Charity. Yeah, so if that's the case, I think Lisa moving up there feels okay. Then, yeah, John Kenny is closer to this group. And then we'll have to move this down a little bit. Move these people down. I know what the other comment is, which I believe is about that tier, right? Yeah, Silas, Joel, Roger. Oh, wait, that's kind of a different one. But anyway, should be lowered in the bad post-merger tier. Oh, yeah, I guess it was a different Joel then. It was this tier, right? Should be lowered in the bad post-merger tier. They would struggle to make it past the early merge phase despite having sums of power early on. I agree with that notion. I just don't know if that makes them worse than them. Like, I agree that these are players that were just going to be early merge boots anyway. But they're still early merge boots that showed influence in the game and had control at points in the game. Where, like, these are still players that were also, most of them were not like players that were early merge boots, but also didn't have influence. So it's like, I think it's fine. I stand by. I think this is fine. Where it's like, I get the argument, but I still think it's a spot where, like, even if that is the case, there's still a better early merge boot than these other early merge boots. So yeah, I think we'll just, I think we'll move on. All right. I think we're actually working on the rest of the list. I am going to the wrong things. Just making sure. Yeah. And then I guess actually I'll update this for the sake of it, even though there's not that much new here. Okay. That pace? There we go. Whatever. All right. First things first. This is something I actually thought about right when I opened the spreadsheet. I think B is not in this tier. I think B's lower. Or I think Mikey and Christina are kind of players that, to me, had the right idea. They just couldn't get the influence or like the people to stay with them. B is not really that. Like, B is just someone that, like, was on the outs. I guess you can, like, argue, like, Pat getting medevac maybe, like, screwed her to a degree, but it's like, I don't think B is that, like, good of a player in really any way. Especially, like, the notion of, like, if they went to another tribal, if B goes, which, again, probably is what happens. Like, yeah, it's like, B's just not really that good. Like, I think, like, she's, like, similar to this, but I think, like, I at least give these players credit for, like, they're at least playing, like, at least they have, like, the right idea of what to do. I don't think B is someone that has, like, the right idea of what to do. So, yeah. Feel like Matt Elrod should be the worst post-merger. I think of Matt Elrod, I think I largely treat him as... Like, I think with Matt Elrod, it's like, I think I mostly treat him as his first go-around, with, like, the slight added benefit of him having, like, win equity at the end. Like, because, like, the thing of Matt Elrod is that, like, his game, his first boot is not that bad. like, yeah, he's flipped on by Boston Rob and whatnot. Like, I don't think that's like if he was just that, he's one of the better like second boots, like from the show. Like, he doesn't do anything that wrong. He was in the majority for that first vote. He's someone that will almost always like start in the majority group. The like him coming back and then getting voted out again, like that's bad. But like also that was like kind of the obvious move to make from Rob's perspective. There were like, I guess it's a criticism that like he ultimately falls back and votes for Rob. But like I don't really fault him for being the target during that round at least. And then again, he's at least liked to where like he would win a jury vote. I was like, I don't know. Like to me, it's like I'm not really even looking at Matt Elrod as a post-merger. Like to me, he's kind of just like a pre-merger with like weird circumstances around him. So it's like I don't know. Like he's really at the end of the day, he is essentially going to be like what the worst post merger outside of Bruce and like again like Charity and like people like that. Chris Noble. Like there's not many people that are worse than him. But still. And like again, like Matt at least survived the tribal. Like when it comes to like Chris Noble, he never survives a tribal. Like I think that's what a lot of the people like the post mergers that are down here are people that never survive a tribal outside Bruce. And again, Bruce is like a weird circumstance. And like you got like Sifu, who's like meant to be the first boot had he gotten the tribal early on. And I guess like Rome's there, and Rome's weird, but whatever. But yeah, all right. Starting off with this tier. Actually, I never talked through the stream title because I did change it. But yeah, because like I had to add a reference to BB28, but then also fuck BB28 when we can instead seek truth on if the European Russell Hance's ex of coconut milk vending fame is the 579th best Survivor player. That is a title I came up with. Because if you don't know, Vince Sly is European Russell Hance's ex of coconut milk vending fame. I guess. So Stacey Stillman. I actually kind of see more of a connection to these people with Stacey. Or like a player that like kind of had the right idea but didn't really have the actual social capital to go through with that. You can argue she gets screwed by Mark Burnett. So yeah, I kind of feel like that's actually kind of okay. I don't remember what the basis of this tier is. It kind of is a mixed mash of things, right? Like there's some people that were like kind of screwed. There's some people that like Medevac. I guess in general it is like kind of a screwed over players, but like all kind of different reasons. But yeah, I think Stacey being closer to Mikey B and Christina doesn't feel off there. And then we got Dan Liu. I think Dan Liu's probably just at the bottom of these people. It's a spot where like, I mean, I don't know. I guess like maybe you could argue he's with Stacey. I don't know if I would say Dan Liu had the right idea of what he should. Actually, maybe Dan Liu's more like B. Because like Dan did have allies, right? But he was still like a pretty easy boot. I would not say he had the right like. It's not like he had much strategy in his game. But he seems like an affable enough guy. But yeah, it's like I think with these people, it's like they at least like knew what they were doing strategically a bit better. But yeah, I think Dan with like B doesn't feel awful there. Gene. Fuck I do with Gene. Possibly also here. I don't know. Gene's like a weird one because like she doesn't really like she goes to a couple tribals in the pre-merge. Is not really that integral to what's going on. Like she's kind of on the outside of things, but she's also not being targeted. Like she probably was the next to go. had they gone to another tribal, right? But then she gets swapped and then gets taken out their swap, but that's still a spot where like I don't know. It's not a particularly good game. I would say it's still probably somewhere in this ballpark, though. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. Because like she is kind of on the bottom for most of it. And like while she's taken on a bit more of a screwy situation, it's not like she was like completely fucked coming into that spot. Melinda might also be in this tier. I think Melinda is someone that like ultimately I think the difference between her and this tier is that I think these players again had more going on strategically. Melinda's not someone that I think is like a strategic like savant in the game. Like she's like seems fine, but like not like a particularly active player. Like just one that kind of like found herself in the majority just because like Suri was Suri and like Tina was abrasive. And then like after swap, she's just kind of an easy boot there. But she is technically swap screwed to a degree. But like I think ultimately she's probably just like kind of, yeah, she's just like kind of in this level. Is Dan Liu too high? I think Dan Liu might actually be there, but I don't know. We'll figure that out later. I think like keeping him in this tier is fine. Jim Lynch. I'm trying to remember why exactly I didn't have him in this tier. Like Jim Lynch is like he's fine. Like he obviously is the first boot, but like he's the first boot because like he injured himself and then like wanted to quit because of that essentially. Like people liked him. Like he was actually kind of like the leader of his tribe initially. But yeah, he kind of gets like injured and that's it. I don't know. It's like I'm trying to figure out like what is the rationale that he should be so far apart. I guess like the difference is that where's that tier? Here, this tier. These are all people that like survived at least the tribal, right? I guess outside Dana. But unlike Dana, he wasn't meant to. I mean, like unlike Dana, like I don't think Dana was gonna be the first boot from her tribe, or like we obviously see Jim be the first boot, but like he probably wouldn't have been if he wasn't injured. I'm kind of thinking of moving him up to here. I think is kind of where I'm feeling. I think closer to like Jessica DeBen and Erica, a Rachel. I think like kind of that level of like it's enough to like credit him for like being screwed by injury, but also enough to be like not credit him too much considering like we just don't really know where his game was going because at least like that's maybe not the right way to phrase it, but like we don't really see him do anything. I think it's probably better because like with Ramona, Jesse, Tanya, like they at least like voted a person out. Jim, it's like we obviously just see like him fold right away, so like we don't really know. But I guess that's also part of the argument of why he was above or why he was below Melinda, right? Because Melinda at least voted out somebody. Which, by the way, I think Gary's in the same spot as Jim. Like, I think they're kind of together. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they are. Okay, I am thinking maybe Dan Liu should be lower. Actually, let me check something real quick. I'll go to this screen. I do want to check Survivor Amazon's voting chart. Just for the sake of like, I believe Gene voted out Janet, but I just want to double check. Not that this like really matters that much, but like it shouldn't matter. But I just want to see. Yeah. So Gene did vote out Janet. Yeah, it was a weird 5-1 to 1-1 vote. And then what was Christy? Yeah, it was Christy, Joanna, Janet that were on dance. But like B didn't vote anyone out though, right? I'm thinking like B and Daniel maybe move at least down to there, possibly even lower. I just don't think they're that good in retrospect. I mean, maybe let me look at this group. Like, is B that different from like a Krista Klump? And to should Krista Klump be this low? I don't know. But still, it's like B is definitely like, I think B should be just like a step above Jessica Pete. More so than being like way above. So yeah, I think like B should be closer to there. Dan Liu probably also generally like because like I think they have like I think like with Dan it's a spot where like had he been on a different season, had it been like had it been a different grouping of people, like maybe there's a chance he does better, but like ultimately we don't see that. And it's like I think like especially now that we're trying to like ground this a bit more, I think Dan, yeah, should be closer to like at least these sort of people, possibly even lower. I don't know. We'll see. I think him and Ryan Shoulders isn't the most egregious thing. Yeah. See, I think Jim and Gary, I think I'll put here. I think I'll leave them here. They still didn't go to a tribal. They didn't vote anyone out. And they're really just like unknowns. So where like at least these people voted people out. These people I think like have a bit more like wherewithal in the game, even though like technically Christina and Mike B never vote anyone out. But still, it's like I at least think they had the right idea of what to do and were trying for that. Francesca is interesting. I mean, like she's at least there. Okay, Francesca is like someone that like doesn't ever vote anyone out. Obviously, is voted out twice, but like I don't think she's like. I mean, like I really there's the argument that Francesca should be like maybe like is she just like a step below Christina Kell? Like yeah, she's a 2-time first boot, but like I don't think she plays that awfully to be a first boot. Like especially her second time around. Like I don't think in Karamoan she does anything like disastrously wrong. And it's like I think she has like a good head on her shoulders. Like I think like with Christina, like they were at least like trying to do the thing that would have made sense of like taking the shot at Boston Rob. Even the second time around, like she's like again trying to make a majority alliance. Like I kind of feel like she's kind of a mix of Christina Kell and Stacy in a way. But like obviously the double first boot of it all like kind of drops her a bit. But like I kind of want to just put her here. I think like keeping her in this tier feels okay to me because I generally just don't think Francesca does that much like actively wrong. Love seeing the reds. Yeah, we're about to get to all the reds. Generally, we're not that far away from the like the bottom. Like it actually isn't that far. Like even though we still have like 200 players or whatever, like like a lot of them are clumped together here, which is actually kind of a bad thing because we need to unclump them. But like yeah, we're not that far apart from the very bottom. Papa Bear. I think I would lean closer to here. I think he feels like kind of a middle ground. All right, think about Papa Bear. Like he votes out Semhar at least, but like that's not really that much. Like it's not like he's in a majority group to do that. It's like it's more so like him just like voting for a person that everyone else wanted out. Or like at least for like Melinda was actually like a swing vote. Jean, I guess, is like I don't know, like a bit weird, but like still, like Jean gets taken out for the swap and whatever. Papa Bear just like he's just the second boot of his group. Like maybe like I'm trying to remember, why is Papa Bear here instead of here? Like we must have had an argument for it at the time. I don't remember it though. Because yeah, I think Papa Bear actually kind of feels more in line with like these players. So I think I'm just gonna do that for now, unless it like comes to mind of like what the difference was. But I think we'll move him down there for now. Vince Sly. Okay, so the actual, yeah, the coconut vendor of or the, was it coconut milk vendor? Yeah, the one of coconut milk vending fame. Where's Matt Williams? Oh, he's there. He might move up, genuinely. We'll see. Yeah, Vince Sly, I kind of want to leave here. I don't know. It's like it's a weird thing with Vince Sly just because like he's obviously not actually that good of a player, but like he almost pulls off a 3-2-1, and like he's not really at fault for like for it not coming through. To where like I actually feel like him and like Mikey B, like that doesn't feel that bad of a comparison. Again, like it would have been a pretty impressive move to pull off. And like it at least shows him having like a high level of strategy for a coconut vendor that seeks truth. So yeah, I think yeah, I kind of wanted to just put him in that tier. Voce, fail. What am I doing with Voce? Voce, I think you can argue gets a bit screwed. I don't know if screwed's the right term. It's just that like he doesn't really have much runway. Like he's just like he's on a small tribe where the women form the majority, and then like after the Eric vote off, it's just like he's kind of just dead in the water. And even then, like Xander had an idol and whatnot. It's like I don't think Voce does anything like actively wrong. It's just that he didn't really have much runway to begin with on that season. So the tribal was on a bad tribe for himself. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just like trying to decide where that lands him. Like I think he's at least in the tier of Jean and Melinda. I kind of wanna I kind of wanna just go up to this tier also. Like I think he kind of fits into this of like he's not that bad of a player. He doesn't really do anything that wrong. I guess to be fair, I think with these players, there's at least more of a like we at least see more optimal like thoughts about the game than like where like Voce, like there just isn't really that much to say about Voce like at all. Like it's not like Voce had like a good like plan for the long term. Like at least like Mikey B, it's like I think of what he was trying to do with the fans tribe and keep them together. Like he was trying to play like a very Boston Rob like strategy. It's like I kind of get what he was going for. Like Christina Cal again, like targeting the returning players. I get what she was going for. Vince almost pulled off a 3-2-1. Stacy was trying to form alliances. Like with all those, like yeah, like I kind of get what they're going for. Like there's not really much to go for with Voce. But like he also doesn't do that much wrong. Which actually maybe that's more closer to this. Like maybe is that closer to like is that closer to like a Jessica DeBen level maybe? Has Voce stayed in the community? I don't think. I mean, like I'm sure he like goes to like a random event here and there, but he's definitely not like a very vocal member of the community. Yeah, he was supposed to be on the original 41. He was on the fuck, I forgot which tribe was the fake tribe by the end. The Red Tribe, right? He was on the Red Tribe. I think Voce was on the Red Tribe. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking at this point, why is this tier below this tier? Or why are at least some of the people in this tier below this? Because like Voce, I do think kind of fits more of these people, but I also feel like someone like a Stacy Stillman feels like they should be higher. True game changer, first person to start in a tribe by himself. That is true. Yeah, imagine the entire casting theme of 41. It was like, you know, we're gonna have these 2 full tribes, and then we're just gonna have fucking Voce. Like, of all people, it's fucking David Voce on his own. And David Voce was just so interesting. We had to have him like on his own on an island. Yeah, it's like I feel like with these people, I at least give them credit for like at least having like having the right idea, at least trying to do something. I feel like most of these players are passive. I guess for Maddie isn't. Actually, I guess like this is kind of a different offshoot as well. Where like Voce fits more in line with the Rachel, Erica, Jessica. Yeah, I guess technically kind of, again, we'll see how exactly they handle it on 51, but I guess, yeah, they are doing something similar to that with 51. But yeah, it's like, I feel like Erica, Jessica, Rachel, Voce. I feel like that's a tier. Maybe Matt is closer to, yeah, I don't know. Matt's kind of like a weird in between, I feel like. Or like I think if Matt did not come back from Redemption, he is here. Like he is Voce essentially. Like I think he is kind of Voce like initially. But then because of everything that happens after him, there's like different pros and cons. I guess with Voce, he at least voted in the majority. Stacy did vote in the majority of the first vote. Wow, it's actually the only one of these, isn't it? So maybe Stacy, I move up to here. Maybe Stacy actually is. Maybe Stacy is here, like with Janine, Maddie, and Kevin, like being a bit more active of a player, like trying to do things and like failing, but like at least still trying. Yeah, I think this seems to be okay. Like this up, by the way, the Jim Lynch up. Like that feels fine to me right now. It's like, okay, how much am I really just giving Stacy a boost for like creating the concept of an alliance? But like, I feel like that is like a fair thing to give her credit for on Borneo in particular. And like, she at least still was in the initial, like, she did vote out Sonia, I believe. I'm not making that up, right? Let's do that real quick. I'm pretty sure she voted out Sonia, but I'll double check. I thought, again, it shouldn't really matter that much, but whatever. By the way, we haven't done survivals in forever. That's kind of funny. Should I even bother going back to survivals? Maybe like I think I'll probably just continue from where we, or like when we eventually get time to do survivals again, we'll probably just do the daily and not like go back and do all the ones we missed. But I don't know, we'll see. Oh no, she didn't vote out Sonia. Oh, I misremembered that. Oh, I did. I forgot about that. She did want Rudy out. Well, shit. Sandwich mode? What is sandwich mode? Maybe I'll see someday. Huh, I really misremembered that. I actually, it does make sense, though, that she wanted Rudy out, but... Huh, okay. Yeah, I think that's fine, then. I think I move her back down to this. Yeah, I think that's fine. She was never actually in a majority vote. Yeah. Actually, in a way, should Vince Sly be here? Like, is Vince Sly closer to, like, a Maddie and a Justine? Because, like, these are players that, like, never really got anything off. They tried and they failed to be in the majority. Vince is someone that actually essentially had a majority and then got kind of screwed out of it due to nothing he did wrong. Which is, like, kind of more like Justine. And again, I like Justine's a bit different. But, like, I actually think maybe there is a comparison between Vince and Justine, though. At least in terms of the games they played, I think they're kind of similar. So I kind of do want to move Vince up to there. Yeah. See, I think we'll do this for now. So that's one tier done, kind of, even though we're going to be technically move some people down, so not really, but it's fine. One's in sales, one's a coconut vendor. So they're both in sales then, is what you really mean. They're both expert salespeople. But also, one's a salesperson that seeks truth, so they're better. This is what? That's 550 plus 35, 585. Oh, am I on the wrong screen? Oh, that's great. All right, 585. Cool. I'm pretty sure I need a dark red. I could be wrong on that. I should probably double check and delete anyone. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nina. Yeah, Nina's dark red. Because Nina's the one to mess up the vote. All right, then we got this tier, Jimmy T. Jimmy T like led a vote, and he did get through what, 2 votes before he gets voted out in his third. He led the Jimmy Johnson vote, even though that was also like a Marty thing. But it's like, I think Jimmy T, I kind of want to move to here. Like, there's at least, like, he did something. Like, I don't think he's, like, a good enough player to move up to, like, here or anything. But, like, I think him being with, like, Gene feels fine. He did get voted out over Dan Lembo. That is true. Like, this is just a weird tier. Like, really looking at, like, I just don't know what to do with Jim Lynch and Gary, just because, like, part of me wants to put him higher just because, like, there is so much unknown, but also it's just unknown, and, like, they didn't really do anything. Or, like, these people at least, like, did something. Fun that Survivor Finland season proper English. That's interesting. I probably won't get around to watching them for a very long time, but I would like to watch Survivor, like, more Survivor Finland eventually. Especially now there's like a big all-star season, has Tommy on it. I think it would be interesting to like watch some of the other seasons. Also would be posed to watch the season that like Sammy is on the second time around. Anyway. Papa Bear. Yeah, is Papa Bear just here? Like, I mean, like, ultimately, Papa Bear's just, like, he probably is just these people if they didn't get medevaced or whatever, right? Or, like, yeah, whatever. Like, I mean, like, I think Papa Bear essentially is Gary in the sense that, like, people liked Papa Bear, but also, like, no one had, like, a real, like, alliance, like, for the long term of Papa Bear. He was just kind of there. Um, like, obviously, like, we see his game actually end, or, like, maybe that's enough to, like, maybe it is, like, here. Because, like, at least in comparison to Jimmy T at least, like, got something, like, he at least, like, pushed his agenda for the Jimmy Johnson vote and, like, got it through. Like, Papa Bear didn't even get that. So, yeah. I think he's just there. Dale Wentworth. I think Dale's at least Jimmy T level. Another one that kind of pushes his agenda with the Nadia vote, was an initial majority, gets kicked out of it. Actually is kind of a scrappy player afterwards. Was it optimal for a Jimmy Johnson? Not really, but also, I don't know. Like, I don't think it really... Like, I think either way he was not in a good spot. And it's like, yeah, it's like either way, it's like it really wasn't and I guess, like, to be fair with the comparison to Papa Bear, I guess there is, like, an argument because, like, with Jimmy T, really, I guess, like, the difference that you can really bring up is the fact that Jimmy T was just delusional, right? Is like kind of different because, like, it's like they both were on. Because, like, yeah, Jimmy T pushes for the Jimmy Johnson vote and, like, gets it through, but that's also something that, like, Marty wanted, and, like, ultimately Marty was the better position player that benefited more from that move. Jimmy T was just kind of delusional in thinking, oh, or, like, even that is a move that you can't really, like, fully credit to him. But to be fair, I guess, like, that's kind of a similar thing with, like, Gene. I think this is more so. I think Jimmy T I keep it around the same, and I think I just move Papa Bear up. I think it's more so what this is feeling like. Because, yeah, I feel like Jimmy T feels still, like, kind of similar to a Gene. Like, neither in particularly good spots in their original tribes, though at least, like, voted out people. Like with Gene, you can say she was swap screwed, but it's like, she's probably still next to go anyway. Yeah, Dale, I think Dale might be higher. Like, part of me wants to put him possibly even, like, with this group. I don't know. Like, Dale, I don't think is actually that good of a player. Like, he still is, like, again, gets into fights with, like, Missy and Baylor. He still, like, gets blindsided when John Rocker goes out and was, like, the next to go from that tribe at that point. It's like, it's still not a particularly good run, but, like, there are good ideas there. Like, he pushes the agenda for a Nadia vote. He also, almost causes a 3-2-1. Like, there's good stuff there. Yeah, I think I do want to move him here. Yeah, I think I'll put him in this tier. I think this doesn't feel too egregious. Putting him for, like, a Kevin. I think it's someone that has, like, kind of a similar, like, track record. Yeah, I think I'll put Dale there. That feels fine to me. Jen Linzetti. My initial gut is to put her just back with these people. Okay, Papa Bear is kind of standing out to me, though. It's like he just doesn't really feel like he fits there perfectly, because, like, these other people are people that at least, like, were in initial yeah, I guess I'll say initial majorities. At least voted the majority initially. We're like, actually, no, Papa Bear did too. Okay, yeah, never mind. Actually, no, it's the same. Yeah, I generally forgot that Papa Bear voted out Samar for a second. Yeah, I knew about the weird stuff of Survivor Finland. Um, yeah, I think this is probably fine. I don't think her boot is one where like she does like that much wrong. It's like a bit of sloppiness. Like I actually think there's like an argument. Like maybe it's just a spot where she's at the top of this group. Because like she did seem to be genuinely like well positioned that first round. Then like things kind of like she's someone that like kind of gets taken out because like she was too close to Scott. And then like because she was so close to Scott, Jason wanted to split her and Scott up. Uh Yes, I don't know. Maybe I do move her up. She has Scott on her side, kind of. I mean, she did let Scott. Like, I mean, Scott voted with her, but Scott knew she was going. But it is a spot where, like, yeah, she was ultimately taken out because, like, Jason was worried of her and Scott being too close. Let's see. Yeah, I'll save that for later. I don't know when I'm actually gonna watch them, but I'll watch them eventually. I mean, like, I don't think Jen is like worse than like Francesca and like Christina, though, right? So I think she should go higher. Because like, okay, I'm actually trying because I think she's essentially a better version of Christina. In the sense that she at least like was in an initial majority group. Yeah, maybe it is just a spot where she is towards this group. Okay, okay. What's the difference between Jen Lanzetti and a Jimmy T? I guess it's more so like. Okay. Yeah, I think. What a question. I think that's fine actually. Like Jen Lanzetti and Jimmy T, I think that's fine. I'm actually thinking more so like Melinda and Steph or Stephanie, Jennifer Lanzetti. Because I think the thing about Jennifer is I don't think she does that much actively wrong to cause her elimination. Jimmy T is someone that like was pissing people off and was coming off domineering and that sort of thing. Yeah, Melinda is one that does feel a little weird. Actually, I think Jen, I'll put her with Matt Elrod. I think that actually makes sense. Matt Elrod and Jen Lanzetti. Actually, I don't know where exactly they land in this, but still, yeah, like I think that actually feels like a, like I think at least like Jen Lanzetti is equal to Matt Elrod pre Redemption Island, like pre going on Redemption Island. Then yeah, I still have to figure out what exactly I want to do with Matt Elrod for stuff outside that, but are the Chinese BB leaks confirmed? They're real, but there's also mistranslations in it. But it is real, as in it did come from Paramount and whatever. But like it says Derek X is hosting unlocked when it's like it actually meant Derek Levasseur and that sort of stuff. What do we got? Tam Laidlaw. Tom, I think it's probably just here. I think he's like, he's kind of like Melinda Hyder coded. Like he was swap screwed to a degree, but he was not really in that like maybe this is a spot where like these are higher. But yeah, it's like I think it's he was swap screwed, but like it's not like he was in the greatest position on his original tribe anyway. And then also he still like loses the battle. Like it's not like he was the only person to take out. Like they could have taken out Dean, they could have taken out Karishma. They chose to take out Tom. And I think that's kind of a similar spot to like Melinda. Like I think ultimately their trajectories are like kind of similar. And I guess you could argue Gene is in that too. They're like maybe it is a spot where like Jimmy T and Papa Bear are like here. Gene and Tom are there, or Gene is there, and then Melinda and Tom are there. Sharia vibes. Yeah, to be fair, it probably shouldn't be that far apart. Where is Sharia? It's like all the way up there. Yeah, I guess the difference is the fact that they did go to a decent amount of tribals. He's in a great spot, but he also survived through triples on his own. Yeah. Yeah, maybe he should just be higher then. Or maybe this is a spot. I don't know. Maybe I need to do some readjusting with that. Is this group just too high? Like, okay, I think this is kind of what I'm thinking right now. Is I think Tom probably does move all the way up to here. Like, I think he is in this tier. But I think maybe there should be a readjusting. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it feels weird to move him up by that much. And, like, it feels weird to have, like, that much of a gap in between, like, these people and these people. I guess maybe I did underestimate Tom, though, to begin with. Like, Tom, again, yeah, he does go 3 tribals. He's in the majority, even though, like, I don't think him voting out Vince is really, like, optimal. But it's like, yeah, like, generally it probably is fine. Like, yeah, like I think it's probably just a spot where I underestimated Tom to begin with. I think this is a tier that feels weird. But is it just a tier that's too low? I think is possibly a thing. Like Christina Coria. Like Christina, like these. Actually, yeah, I guess really all of them. Like they do survive a decent amount of tribals here. Like should this tier be here? Is kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know if Laura Bonham is that good though. Like, it's kind of this thing with like Laura Bonham where it's like I don't know how much credit I really want to give Laura Bonham. He's not like I generally think Laura Bonham's that good of a player. And like, it's not like she had any like real inroads in the game. It's not like she had any like long-term potential. Like her surviving over Laura Moret is kind of impressive, all things considered. But like, yeah, it's like, yeah, I guess screwed by pregame. I think maybe it's a spot where like Laura and like Val are back to back, and then I like move this grouping up a bit, like maybe to like here. Maybe, I don't know. I'm still thinking it through. Or maybe below it. Chet's also a bit of a weird one. Like, part of me is like, why is this tier so far apart from this tier? Because I don't think they should be. Maybe this is a thing. Wait, okay. Wait. Like, that would get a lot of the post mergers together. Like, the bad post mergers. Yeah, like, what if I did this? Second chance of my father, sure. But yeah, again, like, yeah, I'm not sure if I'll ever actually watch Fire Finland, but maybe someday. That's not really what I want to do. This? No? What the fuck would happen there? Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, I know. I'm hitting the wrong keys. That's why I'm actually kind of dumb. Okay. Yep. I'm pushing Control Z instead of Control X. That's what's happening. But yeah, I'm kind of feeling like this tier possibly moves down here to just be like a step above the, like, actually, are they even above? Maybe they're here. Yeah, I don't even know if they're above, actually. Maybe they're below. Yeah, I think maybe they're below. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I guess, like, Clarence is a weird one. Like, maybe John Kenny should be closer to here. Maybe he's in, like, this tier. With, like, a Clarence, Jason Siska, Michael Jefferson, Star. Maybe that's okay. I think this is fine. Like, Val being below Dale. Yeah, I think this is okay. Yeah, I'm not even really sure why I had it the other way to begin with. I'm actually kind of thinking maybe this also moves below, but I'm not sure. I think these are players that at least had influence and controlled like aspects of the game. Where like none of these people really did. So I think maybe that is still fair to put them there. If anything, maybe even like put them higher. what exactly do I want to do here? Because, like, I feel like part of me is like, these people should be closer. Yeah, maybe this is actually just a tier that should be together. Like these 6. Because, like, I maybe, like, I don't know. I think, like, Trish and Lisa are probably more similar than, like, Mark. Like, I think this is probably more of a grouping. Did Joel really have control? I mean, that is, yeah, to be fair, that's kind of fair. Really, Joel and Hunter both, like, didn't really have control. And I guess, like, is it that dissimilar from, like, a Kevin who's there? It's like, maybe it is a spot where... What if I do this? What if Colton moves up to here? Okay, I think yeah, let's do this. Let's move these players down. I'm kind of thinking this is like a tier that is like below here. I think Trish, Lisa, Colton together there. And then Joel and Hunter, I move down to here. I think makes sense. And I think, like, Joel and Hunter probably should be closer to Kevin. Where, yeah, I think, like, yeah, like, as, like, they controlled one vote and then get flipped on. I think that does make sense. I guess, like, Joel technically survived 2 votes, but you could argue if he was really in control. Yeah, what was that? Colton should be in Silas here. Maybe. Where's Silas? It's like way up there, right? I think if it wasn't for him coming back, he for sure is. I do think his second appearance is really disastrous to where it does want me to knock him. But to be fair, he probably should be higher. It is still a spot where, like, both his games start off very rocky. But also, he should be higher than Angie Layton, though, I feel like. So, yeah, I think he probably does move up. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe he just is here. Like, in comparison to okay, that did not work the way I wanted to. But yeah, like, I guess, like, in comparison to everyone else, though, it's like, no one else has the amount of control he had. Like, below him. So, like, yeah, maybe that is fine. I already talked about that before, where it's like, ultimately, none of these people were set up to succeed in the long term. But, like, ultimately, when they do succeed, they are still controlling things more than the people that are below them. Like, they still have more of a say and more of, like, an actual, like, grasp on the game than any of the people that are below them still. It's not like the people that are below them are that good either. It's like, I think I feel fine with them being around here. Yeah, okay. So we did a whole bunch of shit that I don't even remember what we did anymore. Why is Bianca just here? Where's Bianca meant to be? Did I fuck something up? I don't think so. Everything else is aligned outside Bianca. Yeah. So why the fuck is Bianca just in the middle of nowhere? Did I mean to put her here? I generally don't remember. What did I do with Bianca last time? I think I did have her here, right? Yeah, I think she was at the bottom of this. I think. I don't know, whatever. Maybe she is. Hopefully she is. Whatever. I'll check it later. Probably look at, like, the last... Actually, wait, no. I can literally look at it here. Wait. At least look at it based on, like, where we had it a second ago. Was Bianca... Oh, no, I had her with Angie. Shit. Okay. See, I had her a tier below. So she was there. Alright. Then fucking Daniel Strunk. Daniel Strunk starts off okay, and then, like, yeah, things just kind of train wreck. Did I fuck something up? Okay, wait. Did I fuck something up? Who was I comparing to Melinda? Yeah, dude, fuck me. It still is the same. Okay, it's the right amount of people still, so I didn't delete anybody. I must have, like, shifted something weirdly. Who was I comparing to Melinda? I remember I was trying to make a parallel to Melinda. Who was it? Oh, Dale. That's what it was. It was Dale, and I moved Dale up. Yeah. Okay. I think, yeah, okay. So I think it is fine. Like, Melinda's just, yeah, she's just at the top of that. Okay. I think that's fine. Daniel Strunk. He at least, like, almost controlled the first vote. Like, obviously, once he faces adversity, he's terrible. But, he almost controlled things. Kinda. Where, like, I think at worst he's here with Jimmy T. Yeah, where is Chanel, actually? I mean, like, I think Chanel was someone that, like, was able to recover. I think Chanel's more at fault for, like, the situation, but, like, I think she handled the situation way better. I do think Daniel's someone that definitely could be moved up, though. Like, maybe closer to here, maybe closer to Trish and Lisa Kiefer. In the sense that he had influence at a point. Okay, yeah, that's... I don't know why I keep on doing it that way. I just need to, like, not do it that way. I need to paste. There we go. But again, at the same time, I feel like he also is kind of, like, Maddie level. She knows a better spot to recover, considering she lost her vote. Like, I guess, but it's like, I don't know. I think, like, it was pretty apparent that, okay, Daniel and Chanel were working together and they both, like, were involved in this. So it's like, I don't know. I do think the gap, though, between them is kind of insane, though, right? Like, that big of a gap is probably too much. Also, I'm too far. Gretchen being this high is also kind of weird when looking at it. But, I mean, Chanel was in the position to run her tribe. And then she fucked it up. But, yeah, maybe. Okay, I think I will move her down. But I'm deciding on where to move her down. I think probably somewhere around here. Like, I would say higher than Dwight. Yeah. like I still do think she's a player that like thinks of the game at a pretty high level. I do appreciate like her move to like split the vote onto Mike, even though again it didn't like work out the greatest. How possible is the Gable return? Is it only Winners of War 2? Pretty much, yeah. Even that I'm not sure, but I think that's the only like chance. And yeah, Daniel Strunk. I'm not playing him as high. I'm just like trying to look at like who are. Yeah, so Chanel's still like a decent chunk higher, but it's like I think that's just the way it kind of has to be. Actually, maybe I am leaving her. Yeah, I guess like with Trish and Lisa Kiefer. I think that does feel all right. Like maybe actually Bianca. Like maybe Daniel Strunk and Bianca is also kind of viable. Were in good spots. Kind of blew up their own spots. Like didn't. I guess it's different, but like them being on the same caliber isn't that egregious to me. Like I think Daniel probably starts off in a better spot, but like also is more like self sabotages more. Um, I like Shannon. Maybe. Um, yeah, to be fair, yeah, that's not the worst comparison. Like very different players, but actually, yeah, I think in terms of like both starting off in a good spot, were seemingly in the center of everything, had like all the connections to their tribes, and then like I think the difference is that Shannon like actually still had that group that she was running, and like gets taken out by like a actually I guess not really, yeah, I guess not fully. Um, yeah, but like Shannon, yeah, either way, it's like yeah, Shannon's swap definitely plays a factor into things. Where like Daniel didn't get swapped, but to be fair, he did get kind of screwed by like two of his alliance members losing a vote and whatever. Um, I feel like Bianca should be closer to here. I think ultimately, I think I will like. It kind of feels like something like this to me. Um, like Shannon, or maybe even not that. Maybe even like I think Daniel and Bianca close ish is okay. No, not Shan Elkins. Um, again, Shannon Elkins is way worse. Um, or like I think Shannon Elkins is like genuinely an asshole. Or like it's not like Daniel Strunk is an asshole and people like actively hate him in the way that like Shannon Elkins was. Um, and it's like even there, it's like Daniel Strunk still survives that vote. Um, like Shannon Elkins can even hold it together for like one vote. Um, so yeah, I think that yeah, I think him being like with this sort of grouping of players is not the worst thing in the world. BC at least had a good start. And does get screwed out. Because I think like in comparison to like Trish and I guess Lisa's kind of different, but like Trish, I think like more naturally self sabotages. Where like Daniel Strunk to me is like it's perpetuated by a twist at least. I don't think he handles it well, but it at least wasn't like a natural occurrence. Anyway. Yeah. Is this a new tier? I generally don't remember. I guess I'll handle it as if it is one. Um, let me go back to the top. Let's do that. And then... yeah, how many players are we got now? We are at... 591. I don't think that's that much more. 6 players. We've gone through 6 players since last time. Thank God. We only have 160 left. It's fucking 2 a.m. Here. There you go. Kathy Sleckman. I think with Kathy, there's like different pros and cons to her potentially being in this like Jim Lynch category. Like obviously she is tested in the sense that she does go to tribals, but also she's Kathy Sleckman. So yeah, she's kind of a mess. Like it's a spot where her game is probably better than like her as a player. Where like generally in game, she wasn't in a horrible spot by the time she leaves. She actually like, again, most people seem to like her. Like she wasn't being targeted at the time that she left. Mind you, she would have just been a goat probably, but still. Real life, am I good at time management? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know the exact way to answer that. Not, I don't know. I think it's more so just like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to actually answer that. Yes and no. Most bad players' games are better than an actual player quality. Than as actual player qualities. Yeah. Yeah, I think Kathy with Mike Barassi feels okay. Both players that like were pretty well liked within their tribes. Had some like long-term potential. Went to tribals. I guess Mike Barassi went to one tribal, but like still. Not the greatest players in their own right though. I think the debate here would be above or below the Jim Lynch, Gary. Like I think there's like less to call out to, like I think Gary and Jim don't do as much wrong, but like there's at least like more to Kathy and Mike Barassi. So I can kind of see it going either way. Also in a way it's like are they just a better version of this though? Or like Jimmy T and Papa Bear also like went to a tribal, voted out people. But like they had their comeuppances, these people didn't. So part of me is like, is it like something like this? But I guess like Mike Barassi probably would have been. Mike Barassi would have been Natalie Wife who wasn't medevac, sure. I generally don't know. Like, I mean, I think the problem Mike Barassi is just physicality. Where like he probably would have been booted soon just because like physical, like because of the physicality of it all. But like in terms of like connections and stuff, like he was at least like seemingly had a good connection with like Ben and Russell. Yeah, he seemed to be doing okay socially. Yeah, I think I'll do something like this. Or should it be this? Like either way, I think I think I land on these two being better than these. Biggest flaw was being a fat guy. I guess so. guess he was Dan Foley. Too much. Again, you can never go full Dan Foley. Um, yeah, I think the actually no, I think I'll go back to the previous one. Generally, whenever I see someone say fat guy, my first instinct is Dan Foley. Like, I'll even take it as like a serious comment. I just think it is like, oh, that's a Dan Foley reference. And whenever someone's called a fat guy, that's the only thing it can be. It can only be a Dan Foley reference. Brandon Donlin, I kind of want to go higher on Brandon Donlin. Wait, did I skip Jimmy Johnson? Or okay, I think I did skip Jimmy Johnson. Right? I think he was with this tier. Um, uh, okay, I kind of see an issue with this. So, okay, Jimmy Johnson versus Jimmy T. I think Jimmy T is like I think Jimmy Johnson like on paper is probably better, but like also he did quit the game. Where like Jimmy Johnson is kind of like a Jim Lynch that actually quit. Where like Jim Lynch quit because of injury, Jimmy Johnson just quit because he just didn't want to be there. To where like I feel like this is like an okay parallel, but I don't know if I want to say that Jimmy Johnson is a better player than Jimmy T. So maybe I will go and do this. Just so Jimmy T is above Jimmy Johnson. Want to know what Dan Foley's doing today? Wasn't there a recent thing of like he claims Survivor ruined his life or whatever? Like caused his divorce and all that sort of stuff. Wasn't that a thing? I don't remember when that was, but that was like not too long ago, right? So he's doing okay. I'm still debating like which one above which. Because like I think these players have more in common with these players, but also feel like a step above these people. So maybe I will. I don't remember when that was. Was that like I feel like it wasn't that long ago, but I don't remember when exactly. But yeah, Brandon Donlin. I think Brandon Donlin should be higher. I think at least here in the Christina Stacy Stillman. Like Brandon Donlin's someone that like his number one ally quit the game. It's like that obviously disfavored him. He does get taken out in a bit of a whimper in the second round, but like I mean, like I guess it is kind of bad. But yeah, I think it's like at least here, maybe here. I think like maybe here to. Yeah, like I think probably Voce is better. Yeah, I think Voce is better than Brandon Donlin. So like I think yeah, for sure I would put Brandon below Voce. Found Ion gave it away. That is fair. I don't know if that's yeah. But like he's a well liked guy. He's pretty affable. He doesn't do like I guess like he didn't come off like particularly confident in himself, and that kind of caused him some issues. But like I think he's like a player that like if he was on a different starting tribe, he probably just would have done better. Like I think because he was on a tribe that kept on going to tribal, it led to him being kind of someone that like they probably just need to take out. Christina found I don't try to do something. I guess. I don't know. Okay, I'll put him in this tier and we'll figure it out later. I think Brandon's someone that has like the skills for the game, but not the like. I think it kind of like this is that like there's the potential there, but doesn't really fully put it together. And like maybe he is lower than this tier because at least like this tier's a tier that I have like faith in strategically. Where like Brandonlin is not that. He's like someone I have more faith in socially, but like maybe that is like a greater boon to for me to have more faith in you socially than strategically. So yeah, I think I'll just settle on here for now, and then we'll deal with it when we move our way back up. And wait, did we just go through another tier that quickly? That felt quick, right? Am I making that up? How many people did we go through? That's 550. Wait, no, 595. Oh, only 4 people. Okay, never mind. It wasn't that many, but still, it's like whatever. That's some people. Yeah, we only have 156 people to go. Is that something? Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Factoring RHP stuff, potentially, but I think like even on the season, like Brand's like a very affable guy. Like I think knowing how he is outside the show definitely impacts it to a degree, but what, Jeremy? I think Jeremy, like again, I think ultimately it's just a spot where like all these players are very flawed. Like I could call out like a number of flaws with like each of these people. Like okay, cool. Like Sarah Lucina, I think is what the second or is like third or fourth best player of all time. She also is a very fucking flawed player. So I think that's just the way it is. Like I literally call out like so many flaws of poverty. And she's probably number 2 on my like player of all time list. So it's like, oh, all right. Now we got this big fucking tier. How many people was this? Fucking 34 people. And it's just a fucking mess. All right. Let's see. We got Dirk Bean. Fuck do I do with Dirk Bean? Dude, this is actually just such a this is such a weird like group. Like it's just like kind of a mix mash of random people. Tier pissed me off. Why did you use? I have no clue. I don't know what this tier even is. I think I literally just was like, hey, this person's like kind of okay, but also not good. So I guess they're here. Deciding to order the top 10 the last thing I'm gonna do, probably, but like it's also probably like one of the easiest things. Like I feel fairly like because like we're technically just gonna work our way back up. So like technically this is the last thing, but like it's kind of easy. Yeah, Tony's flawed. He's number 1. Dirk. So like Dirk, I think. Is Dirk higher? Dirk technically votes in the majority twice. Dirk with Claire Rafson and Annika. Again, you don't think those players are similar? Yeah, I actually think Dirk should probably be higher. Like he probably should be like maybe a Gene level player. Where like he does vote in the majority a couple times, ultimately runs out of runway, but it's like he's like he at least has like an okay standing at a point. But like he also isn't like that aggressive a player. He's not really doing anything like that well, but yeah, I think him being with Gene kind of makes sense to me. Dan Liu, which is someone that we moved down earlier. The problem with Dan Liu is that he's just never really in a majority. Like at least with like Dirk, at least with Gene, they're voting in with the majority of people at points. Dan Liu's just on the bomb the entire time, and again, I do think he's a bit unfortunate with his starting tribe and maybe some other biases in play, but I think the fact that he's just never in a majority group ever puts him solidly at the bottom here, I think. Yeah. Or I think everyone above him is someone that at least like voted in a majority at a point. I guess with the exception of Jim Lynch and Gary, but they're kind of weird circumstances. Which yeah, I think like going back to the B thing, I did feel like B and Dan Liu kind of made sense as like a pairing. I don't know if a pairing's the right term. I guess really they're not that similar, actually. Because, like, I mean, I guess they had, like, alliances. I guess, like, the downfall of their alliances is very different, though. Had a strong relationship with Matthew. Yeah, but it's, like, most people have a strong relationship with, like, one person. I guess I'll move B back down. All right, Michelle. Michelle. See, I think Michelle, Dan Liu, Ryan Shoulders, they're all like kind of. Dirk had a strong relationship with Sean. Like Dirk and Sean are like best friends. Like Sean literally votes with. I don't know, like they're voting together the entire time. Dan was screwed because Ryan was sick during pregame. I mean, like, not exactly. I mean, like Ryan was like either way, Daniel and Ryan were on the bottom. It's like if anything, like Ryan being targeted out of the two is because of that. But like they were either way, they were going to be on the bottom. Rank Dan and Will Rodney and how problematic they were. Will's probably the bottom, right? Like, was Will that problematic? Outside, like, he made the one comment towards Shireen, but it's like, obviously, like, Dan and Rodney make multiple comments. So, probably Dan's the most, and then Rodney, then Will, probably. I don't know. Michelle had allies, had Sean, had Burton, ultimately gets voted out, like, unanimously. Rodney just felt like women should hold it to a higher standard. That is true. Yeah, Dan's adopted, so I mean, we can kind of nullify all the wrongdoings there. I get the Will hate, but I guess too much in general. Probably. I'm debating between her. Like, I think she's definitely in the bottom here. Like, she also was never really in a majority group. I'm debating on... Actually, it's something I need to double check. Also was in a majority group. I think that's fine because she... Yeah. Okay, I'm just like double checking, making sure there's not like a major inconsistency with this. I was just putting them at the bottom because they never really voted in any solid grouping. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah, so I'm debating between Dan Liu and Michelle. I think I'll have Michelle lower. Particularly because at least Dan did have Matthew by the time he left. I do think they're... Yeah, I mean, like, I think they're in a similar tier, either way. Ryan Shoulders. If anything, actually, I think Ryan Shoulders might be above Michelle. Like, he's like... Ryan Shoulders at least voted in a majority. But I guess there's a difference, though, because, like, Michelle's group at least, like Michelle had a bigger, like, because like with Ryan, it was just like him and Lil still on the bottom. It's just that he got over Nicole. Where like Michelle like actually had a group that had they gotten the numbers out there first vote, they would have been able to run that tribe. So like it is like a little different. But like he did vote in a majority, so like I don't know, maybe that is just like maybe he is like at the top. Maybe he's the top. Again, very notable top, Ryan Shoulders. Yeah, I think like Oh, yeah, I'm still kind of thinking through. It's like, yeah, he voted in a majority, but like, is it that good? But I guess like, what is the difference between him and like a Papa Bear in that sense? Like, I mean, like, should I really be disparaging him that much if Papa Bear's like here? Yeah, Ryan Shoulders is skinny Ryan. So yeah, Ryan Shoulders versus Papa Bear. He actually had like, yeah, maybe Ryan does move up. We have Brand Donlin. I think Brand Donlin was more affable. People liked Brand Donlin. People didn't like Ryan. Michelle, this is Michelle from Pro Islands. Yeah, it's like Ryan's just on the bond the entire time, but like he does strive over Nicole. He at least has Lil. It's like that probably is good enough to put him here. Yeah, Michelle from BB10, obviously. Brianna Varela. She technically votes out Morgan. But like even then, Morgan was like one of her allies. So I think it's a different, but like that's different from Ryan Shoulders. She like votes out somebody that like ultimately was coming after him. It's like someone that wasn't really aligned with him. Brianna votes out like one of her only allies in the game. And then like gets taken out after that. Doesn't really have much runway. I think Brianna and like Michelle feel kind of similar to me. She's one player you don't remember whatsoever. How dare you? You don't remember Brianna Varela? Savage told me Ryan Shoulders was a bottom. That seems like something fucking Savage would say. Morgan McDevitt. I think Morgan McDevitt's just different, right? Like Morgan McDevitt is, yeah, like she's just like I think like there's credit to be given to her for like attempting to form an alliance. In a way, I think you could argue she's closer to here, right? Like in the sense that she had the right idea, she tried to do something that was optimal and it just didn't go through. I think the problem with Morgan in comparison to these people is that like most of these people at least survived the tribal beforehand. And also most of these people at least had like somebody on board. Morgan had nobody on board. Like even Brianna, her closest ally, flips on her by the end. So yeah, I think like I'll keep her there. I think she's like the new bottom. Thank God. Morgan McDevitt, the bottom. Jimmy T. I mean, Jimmy T still like survives 2 tribals. I do think I should create a gap here. Yeah, but it's Jimmy T. I mean, you can say that for like a lot of these people. What ranking is this? This is a ranking of every Survivor player. Yeah, based on physical attractiveness, clearly. Um, Misty Giles. Um, is she just Morgan McDevitt? She's on the bottom the entire time. Though, let's see. So Misty, yeah, she's on the bottom, but she's also exiled to where like that kind of harmed her to a degree. Also, she ultimately is taken out in a post swap situation, but it's not like she's fundamentally screwed by that. But it's also not a fairly, it's not a particularly like good spot for her with like the men having the majority and they kind of bro down. Yeah, I think I might just keep her here. Part of me wants to put her here, but also I don't know. Actually, better worse than Morgan McDevitt. Matt Williams should be number one, sure. Oh, we're talking about personal attracted? Yeah, sure. Danielle not going to exile is actually kind of crazy. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know why they like. I guess it's because they were like, "Oh, Danielle's weak." I guess because she she's like weak because she just spent so much energy doing that. So like we can't send her to exile, but she's not a magician's assistant. But she's so much more. I had a big crush on Misty Giles when I was younger, for whatever that's worth. Yeah, I guess keeper Brianna Varela, my two crushes back to back. Actually, no, they should be at the top. This is based on personal attractiveness. They need to be at the top of the list. I don't know. I'm really debating on like how much credit to give to Morgan here. He's like, part of me wants to give her credit for like doing like trying to form a majority alliance, that sort of thing, but like it ultimately like falls on her face. So it's like, or yeah, like Misty, I don't know if she does this much wrong. I think I am gonna do this. I think I will put Morgan below. Kim Mullen probably should be at the bottom. Supposedly Party's not a bottom, so supposedly she's a top. I think the swap into 3 tribes was pre-planned at 49. Yeah, I haven't really thought that through fully. I would lean towards it being a thing, but I'm not sure. Like it was meant to be a thing, but yeah, I'm not sure. Trying to think through the format of that season. So like, yeah, they had to skip out on a challenge because of Jake. They swap. Yeah, I guess it's possible that they did the 3 tribe thing. Because they wanted to swap into 2 tribes earlier. And they were initially going to merge, but because of the Jake medevac, they did 3 tribes. I don't know. It's possible, at least. Is that what Parvati's book was about? That's what Parvati, I don't know, that was from, like, interviews she did after the book. I don't know if it's in the book. I don't know if that was a revelation before or after the book. Should rank every player entertainment-wise. That's way more work than what's worth. Yeah, it's Kim Mullen. Kim, I think I might just have Kim here. Like, Kim's just not that good. Like, I don't know. It's tough because like she is again voting in the majority technically. Like she does vote out Jolanda. She does vote out Ashley, but like barely. Um, she gets saved over. Like really, it's like I think the Jolanda vote's the only one I'm actually willing to give her any semblance of credit for. Like the others are really here just like completely lucking out. But like also she does like have one vote. So like maybe that is better than Morgan. Was it Kim supposed to be the second boot or something? Oh, we were talking about this, yeah. Yeah, like when Ashley goes out, it was initially going to be Kim, and then she was going to be the third out for sure until Jeff got injured. I'm kind of thinking she. Okay, wait. Let me think this through. Is there? Like, is Brianna Varela and Kim Mullen together, maybe? And this is like a tier here. I think the problem is that, like, my gut says that Misty Giles is a better player. But Brianna and Kim at least voted with a majority. And actually, to be fair, Kim might actually be better than Brianna in the sense that Kim actually wanted Jolanda out. Brianna didn't really want Morgan out. So, like, maybe that's like a slight credit to her for that. What I actually think Kim's one of these players that, like, if she was booted in the second try, like if she was booted when Ashley was booted, she actually probably is helped on this ranking than otherwise. Or like otherwise seeing her like then be like kind of an easy boot following that and then get saved by the Jeff thing and then eventually is just the easy vote after that. Like it kind of tarnishes like a bit of her reputation. Where had she just been booted outright second, she probably like there's probably like less to call out with like the negatives. So yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like maybe the pauses are high enough just for her to be here still, like because like she is technically like even if she was booted uh where she was meant to, she still at least like gets the Jolanda vote where like Brianna doesn't even have that. It's like maybe it is still here. And ultimately she still had like a good enough relationship with Jeff to where like he fought for her to stay, and like ultimately it's because Jeff was attracted to her, but still. So I think maybe I do go with that. Liliana Gomez. Liliana is one that you can argue was screwed to a degree. I think Liliana feels kind of Misty Giles, Michelle coded. The thing is, like, she doesn't even survive a tribal, though, I think is an issue. So maybe that's closer to here. She doesn't survive a tribal, but also, like, again, the entire dynamics of Fiji are just weird. With the them starting on the original beach and then them getting swapped after that. Still, it wasn't really a spot where like Liliana was like dead to rights. It felt like one where like she definitely could have gotten out of that. For like I don't know, I think her and Morgan probably isn't the worst comparison. Kelly Zarnecki. Kelly probably is closer to here. Like Kelly is someone that's on the bottom for most of her run, but then like gets to a swap where like essentially she was what? The next to go, had to go on the tribal again, the pre-merge. Gets to a swap, and then like gets in with like the Kenny Crystal group for like a vote or two. Kelly picked her because she's hot. I mean, but that's part of her game. Technically, Misty was hot and couldn't get in with the men. So that's a pro for Kelly Zarnecki over Misty Giles. I'm kind of thinking maybe this is like a tier below. Like, I think Kelly and Misty feels okay to me. I think they're below this tier that had like more allies at points. Below this group that got a vote through. I guess too fair. Like Kelly does, but like after swap and blah blah. Yeah, because Kenny wouldn't find Misty hot. Kenny only finds specific women attractive. Again, very few women Kenny finds attractive. Again, that's a massive boon to the Kelly Zarnecki. Anyway, Mary. Who's Mary? Generally, I don't know what to do with Mary either. She, like, I generally feel like she could just fit all over this, like, all over the board here. Like, she is kind of taken out due to, like, the misconception that she's close to Mikey B. But, like, she was still in a position to be vulnerable to that, which is definitely a knock there. Like, I don't think she does that much actively wrong. But I kind of feel like she's in the middle ground of this. So she's either at the top of this or at the bottom of this. She has some assets. Most Marys do. Marys do have assets. That is true. Her versus Liliana. Her versus Morgan. I think she's better. Yeah, I think I'll put her here. I think she's better than these two. Yeah, I think that's fine. Krista Klump. I think Krista Klump is just here. Never in the majority, but had like a decent amount of allies. I do want to look at how far it is between her and Stephanie Valencia. I guess with Stephanie Valencia, she has survived. Actually, is Katie Hansen too high? I think that's kind of sticking out as someone that may be too high at this point. Where I think I can argue. Like, I think Stephanie's definitely better than Krista. Maybe this is too big of a gap, though. But I feel like that's more of a thing of, like, maybe this group moves down. Or maybe it's just this group. Where was the grouping that had the right idea about things? Here, right? Maybe, I guess Gandia is like a little different. Gandia, you can argue without the Tanya medevac, Gandia would have been in a better spot. Stephanie and Katie. And I guess Katie actually can argue after Dana medevac. But yeah, maybe Steph is just too high. Because like with Stephanie Valencia, like I don't think there really is like a thing to excuse her position in the game. Yeah. I think I'm just gonna knock her down. Like I think she probably just is here. like just like a step above Krista Klump. Like I think she's better than Krista Klump, but like it probably just isn't by that much. Oh. Is this tier too high, maybe? Like, I think I gave them credit for... for having the right idea, but, like, ultimately, they're still never actually on the right side of the vote. So, like, maybe they should be lower, like, closer to these people. Like, just like a... yeah, it's like, I mean, it feels like they do get credit for trying. But, like, to be fair, like, Stephanie Valencia tries. Hmm. Maybe I do move this group back up. Like, ultimately, I don't feel like this group and this group should be that far apart. And I think it's a spot where, like, these players' games are definitely better. But I do kind of want to give some credit. I mean, okay, I guess there is just a difference, though. Because, like, with Christina Kell and Francesca, they were trying to flip against the returnee. Like, I think that was, like, not... Like, I think that was, like... for their spots in the game, I think that was the move to make. I think they... Yeah, try to play optimally in that sense. With Stephanie and Krista, they try to work with the returnee in a spot where, like, it's blatantly clear that the returnee's not in power. So, like, they're just actively playing themselves to the bottom. So, I guess it is worse. Yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe it is just fine as is. Yeah. All right. Kelly Bruno. I think she's probably just here. I think. Technically votes out Shannon, but doesn't want that to happen. Okay, maybe here. I don't know. Okay, wait. Technically votes out Shannon, doesn't want that to happen. Then it's taken out by your own people. Find out. No, actually, yeah, I think I'll put her here. I guess you can, like, say that she was, like, disadvantaged by her, like, weird feud of Neonka and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I think ultimately she is kind of Mary. Like, she's kind of like a mix of Mary and Kelly Zarnecki. So, like, I think this is probably, like, a fine placement for her. Allie and Hope. I think they're probably back to back. I think they're probably there. Never run the majority. We're just blatantly on the bottom. The also, I don't know what the also is, but anyway, like, had a decent amount of allies. Like, yeah, I think they're Stephanie Valencia, Krista Klump sort of level. She's screwed by Jill winning immunity. Yeah, that's fair. They felt that they had to split the vote onto her instead of Jill. And at that point, they were thinking, yeah, we just might as well, yeah, just take her out. Yeah, I'm still debating it. Like, I think first round is similar to this. Of like, yeah, maybe she is like Brianna Varela level. I think these people had more allies though. Oh, Kelly didn't really have any real traction in the game. Um, but yeah, I think her being screwed by Jill winning immunity, I think I guess that'll give her like a tiny edge to be there. Um, Bryce Isaiah. Um, Bryce. I think he's probably. Bryce. Wait, honestly, is Bryce not a slightly better brand dominant social player with potential, but at least brand doesn't guarantee his tribe loses everything? Um, I think a difference for me is that Bryce was like, I think Bryce was like the actual one voted out. Like, because like with Brandon, it's like it's a spot where Hannah quits the game, and even then he was like, Brandon was even meant to be the first boot. It was going to be Emily. Um, so in that way, he kind of has like initially had two buffers for him. Um, Bryce is someone that like just was actually the first boot of his group. Uh, so I think it's a bit different there. Um, I think in terms of like the social aspect of it, yeah, it's kind of similar in that light. Um, I think in terms of their games, it's a bit different in terms of positioning. I'm kind of between these two tiers. He's kind of Misty Giles level, I feel like. I think Allie being that high is also a bit weird, though. But I do feel like Allie above Hope does make sense. Yeah, maybe I just keep it like that. I kind of want to move Hope lower, just because like Hope could have saved herself and then didn't, and that's really bad. Um, yeah, maybe that is enough to put her there. Or maybe it's just a spot where both of them are here. Because like ultimately, like Allie, like because at least these people weren't like, they at least like survived one tribal. Allie doesn't. Hope does, but again, Hope like essentially got herself voted out in a spot where she could have saved herself. So like maybe they're both like in the tier below. Yeah, Figgy. Figgy at least survived fuck me. If you can't tell, I'm starting to get fucking tired. Figgy survived the Mari vote. After that, her game's pretty bad. She wasn't necessarily going next on her tribe, but then runs out of runway at the swap. Her own people tell her to get voted out, but it is still in a post-swap spot, but also it's by her own people. I think she's probably here. Like, she's probably Kelly Bruno, Kim Mullen, Brianna. I'm debating if there's an argument for her to be higher. I think the fact that it's her own people that get her voted out by the end is something that does knock her for me. I think she's closer to like a Kim Mullen. Like, I think like maybe this is like its own separate thing. Like Kim Mullen, Figgy there, and then Brianna and Kelly Bruno, and then these people, and then whatever. No, her own people, as in Jay and Michaela told Adam to vote out Figgy. Like they literally told Adam to throw the challenge to vote out Figgy. But yeah, how's the One Piece watch going? I am starting the raid on fuck's it called again? Onigashima, whatever it is. I just got past the what's it called? The Odin flashback. I finished that, and then like I'm like an episode into the raid, or like them heading out for it and that sort of thing. I don't love the like I like aspects of the Odin flashback. I don't love Odin himself. Which I know Odin's like kind of like a polarizing character. This is the thing where 47 cats all went to Sears' wedding, but Sam. Yeah, I did see that, which was interesting, I guess. But Sam wasn't there. I wonder why. Generally, yeah. Don't know why. Anyway. Stephanie Gonzalez. First boot does get screwed. Does get screwed by the by Jacob getting immunity. Where exactly is she? Like, in a way, like, is she just here? But, like, I think she's more screwed than these players. Owen's inspired by Japanese myths. I assume so. I assume there's a lot of, like, Japanese, like, stuff. Obviously playing a factor into Wano. Like, you definitely tell a lot of the, like, kind of like Seven Samurai sort of stuff going on. Yeah, maybe I do just settle on here still. Like, maybe at best it's like her being at the top of this. But it's like, ultimately it's still a spot where she doesn't have any allies. Like, she still voted out unanimously. So yeah, I think maybe I do keep her there still. Cool. Okay. Yep. There we go. First Pragmata. Straightforward game. Again, don't know when I'm gonna play Pragmata, but yeah, I've heard mostly good things. Like, I've heard it's solid, not like a 10 out of 10 sort of game, but like it's fine. Yeah, Mari Takahashi. I think Mari is just here, right? Okay, actually, is Bryce... Maybe Bryce is even lower then. Or is like Stephanie and Mari higher? No, we're gonna do I think we're gonna do bottom to top, I think. I mean, like, ultimately, it doesn't really matter. Like, if we go from top to bottom or bottom from top, but like, I was thinking we're gonna do bottom to top. Like, I was thinking, like, we'll just get down to here and then we'll just move our way back up. Why didn't he vote for Michelle to win? Because Aubrey took her out. Like, genuinely, that is her rationale. Which is dumb, but that is what she says. Generally, I think she's had a closer personal connection to Michelle. Where like her relationship with Aubrey was very like game centric. Where like with Michelle, she was like more of a social bond. But yeah, her rationale post show is that like, yeah, like Aubrey beat me in fire, so she took me out. So I voted for Michelle. They got like 007 more. Yeah, I'm more. I think I'm more inclined to play 007. It hasn't gone sale though, and I doubt it will anytime soon. So I'm not sure if I'll play it right away, um, but yeah, I'm still not like 100% on what I'm gonna play after Gears of War 3. I probably will just play Gears of War Judgment because I actually think I have a decent amount of time still until Black Flag remake comes out. But definitely like whenever, yeah, like whenever I do see 007 on sale, I'll get it and play it because I do want to play it. Here's really really good. Yeah, Bryce. Okay, I think like. Also, actually, wait, no. B was not in this tier. I just didn't move her properly. Yeah, like Bryce, Stephanie Gonzalez, Mari Takahashi. That feels kind of a bit more similar. All players that have actually no. I guess like Stephanie isn't that. Yeah, is Stephanie just worse then? Like, because Stephanie had no allies. She was screwed to be taken out in the spot that she was, but she ultimately has no allies. Mari Takahashi at least had allies. Yeah, okay. I think, yeah, this is probably more fair then. Takahashi's such a cool last name. Yeah. Was that a thing? Yeah. They can get Game Pass on Fire Stick. That's kind of insane. Like I know that Game Pass is like they're trying to make it so you can play it on like anything or whatever, but like, yeah, it's kind of insane to think about. And maybe you can actually play Gears of War like I am, which is okay. It's fine. I would assume there's better Xbox exclusives to play than Gears of War, but never know. What am I doing? Darnell. Okay. Am I just moving? So Darnell. The thing about Darnell is that he did have a really close bond with Sydney. Sydney does let him go, but he ultimately is taken out because of his connection with Sydney. Yeah, oh yeah, it's only the cloud stream games, right? Is that how it works? I feel like there's a decent amount of cloud stream games on Game Pass, right? Let's see. Okay, I thought that'd be easier to find a list of all the games, but still. I assume it's still a mess, right? Like I know PlayStation's is still like a mess. The streaming from like PS Plus and everything. So I assume it probably still is also like a bit laggy and everything, but I don't know. I had a friend in production. I was told they purposely gave him faulty glasses so he'd be the first boot. Well then he's number one. Then he's the best player of all time. Is okay. Wait, are these the top first boots? Like, is this the tier where all the top first boots are? I think it probably is. As in the first boots that aren't returning players, obviously. Yeah, obviously I'm not meaning Tina. Oh yeah, just get the Ben. But yeah, she's up here. I guess Jessica is like a little bit of a different situation. Darnell, I'm kind of on the in between of like he at least had a theoretical ally in comparison to Stephanie, who like really didn't have anyone by the time she left. But also Stephanie was screwed. Darnell wasn't. But like I feel like Darnell's like someone that I could argue being here, being here. I kind of want him to be here. um, I think he's like a worse Bryce. Is kind of the way I'm looking at him. See, I think I will put him there, but I might change my mind later. But I think this feels okay. B. B is probably closer to here. Yeah, she probably just is there. Survived a tribal, had some allies, but was not particularly well positioned for the long term. B's higher. I don't know. I just feel like B is someone that I don't know what her long term positioning was. She also was like not like she was almost the next boot anyway. It's like we don't really see her game play out, but it's like it's not like it was a good game to begin with. Like maybe that is enough to put her like here with like Jim and Gary, but even then it's like yeah, like we see her being blindsided the first vote she goes to, even though like too fair, you can argue like the Pat Medevac. Kathy and Mike, maybe. Yeah, I guess maybe. I think the difference is that they were in the majority of votes that they went to. B wasn't. I really don't feel good about D or fucking B. B would have been the majority of the first vote, maybe. Like we ultimately don't really know, but I guess it is like the unknown that maybe is enough to put her there. Yeah, whatever. I think the unknown makes me put her there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I'll leave her there. Jessica Pete. I think Jessica Pete's just solidly here. You can argue higher because again the Pat Medevac. So like at that point, maybe there. But ultimately, the Pat Medevac is something we don't really know. How much that changes things. But yeah, ultimately, like even then, like even if Pat, like let's say Pat does go home, then like she's just the next one to go anyway, right? So like I think this gives her credit for like in a world she should have survived the first tribal, but she ultimately still is like the technical like second boot. Molly Byman. Molly I think is just Mari Takahashi coded. Is there much of a difference? I guess like Dan Spilo being a creep is a thing, but like I don't know if that plays much of a factor into this. Yeah, I think That feels okay. Sarah Wilson. Sarah. I think Sarah and Darnell might actually be together. I think kind of in the sense that they had a person that wanted to keep them around, but they ultimately let them go in Ricard. She doesn't do like that much actively wrong. She's just voted out because she's like looked at as a physical liability of her group. Yeah, I think Herc Darnell feels okay. Yeah. Sarah Wade. Sarah Wade kind of sucks, actually. Like, she's kind of just on the bottom her entire run. But she does get kind of screwed out of her elimination to a degree. Mike Barassi should be higher. He was in the majority, played optimally, and considering he's Mike Barassi, he should have survived longer than he should have. Yeah, but I also don't know how much he would have survived if he didn't get medevaced. Like, ultimately, it's like, if he didn't get medevaced, like, I mean, I guess he wasn't the next to go, but, like, I would not be shocked if he was, like, the next to go after that. It's like, yeah, it's like, I don't know how high I really want to go, for that. Like, I feel like by this point, that's too high. I don't really feel like he fits that well into any of these other ones. Like, maybe here. I still think it's like, there's too much unknown. It's better than Christina Kell. I think that ultimately comes down to like the argument that we were having with this. That I think these are players that were playing. Well, again, Brandon Allen maybe not, but like at least there's these players. I think we're players that were like trying to play optimally, though just didn't really have the social capital. But I think they are like aggressive players that are at least trying to do the correct thing. Mike Barassi, I guess you could argue, is playing optimally, but I don't really have much faith in Mike Barassi as a player. Yeah, it's like I feel like Mike Barassi's like someone that like he's probably like the first boot, like most times he plays, but I guess like credit to him for not being a first boot on this season. Yeah, it's like I feel like he's probably out after Betsy, likely, but like based around the fact that he's a physical liability. Yeah, I think I stand by this. I think like if anything, like maybe like inch him up a little bit, but I don't feel good about Mike Barassi to begin with, so I'm just like whatever. Matt for Survivor 54 movement is underway. Sure. Ben would have been home before him. I mean, that's if Mike Barassi could even get to that point. I don't know. Like, I think that's more so just because Ben is so disastrous than like Mike Barassi doing anything well. Like, I think Mike Barassi would be the intended target, and then Ben would put his foot in his mouth so much that they would vote him out. But like, Mike Barassi still had like no actual like long-term potential on Foa. And like also Mike Barassi just gets medevaced every time he plays. Like considering Mike Barassi actually like lost weight to get on this season, like he actually like got in better shape to get on Survivor Samoa and still gets medevaced. Like I just think Mike Barassi just like gets medevaced every time he plays. Like, I just don't think he's even like fit enough to be like to even play Survivor. Yeah. Sarah Wade, I I think she's also here. She's never in the majority, but she does survive a vote. Maybe here. I don't know. Like, she does get screwed out of her actual elimination, but like, she was the next to go anyway. I don't feel like I feel like it's a spot where like credit her for having like Helen as an ally, I guess. Um, and like her boot isn't like, I mean, too far. She like thought she had an idol and didn't play it. For Brandon Donlin, that's probably like fair-ish. Um, I think I have more faith in Brandon Donlin as a player. Like, I think Brandon Donlin's a lot more affable um, than Mike Barassi. But I think, like, on paper, it definitely is fair. I'm trying to remember. There was a reason why I didn't do that. And I'm trying to remember what exactly that is. Is that last orange? Cliff Robinson is right there. Only have one orange left. I'm trying to remember what was it. There was a reason why I had Brandon Donlin higher. I guess against Mike Barassi, it's not that far apart actually. Actually, I just realized the funniest thing. Like, what if Brandon Donlin's right next to Melinda Hyder? That'd be kind of funny. He forgot she existed. Yeah, I think okay. Brandon Donlin maybe here. Maybe that is what I'm gonna go with. Like I talked about this before that like I think the notion here is I feel like players that were in this tier kind of have like a major strength to them in the sense that like I think these players are players that played optimally, at least have like a solid strategic mind for the game. Brandon's kind of the opposite of that. Brandon is someone that is not that good strategically, but is like very social and is very likable. And that kind of made me want to put him there. And also his game's not like horrible, all things considered. Like he does get kind of screwed by the by Hannah quitting the game and whatnot. But yeah, I also think him with like Dirk Bean right there is also not the worst thing in the world. So maybe I will just move Brandon there. Yeah, Sarah not playing the idol. She thought was real after the person she yeah. That is actually really dumb, isn't it? Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I think I'll knock her down for that. Genuinely, I think I'm gonna knock her down. It's like, really, it's not that big of a deal, but also that is really fucking stupid. I think I'll put her in this tier. Because it's not even like she's that good in this tier either. She really only has like one ally. Like at least these other people had like two. But then mixing that, like, it is pretty dumb the fact that she didn't play her idol when she did. So yeah, I'll put her there. Swathi. Swathi might go up here. I think Swathi, yeah, at least was in the majority for that first vote. Was primed to be in the majority for a second vote, and then like things kind of like things backfire on her. Where actually should she be way higher? Because like I guess like okay, because like in my mind right now I'm like thinking, is she that different from like a Trish? Um, I think Trish went to more tribals, right? Yeah, Burton, Michelle, then her, which like that's not okay. Cool, hit the mic. That's not that much more. It's like only one extra tribal. Um, well, maybe I do want to move her up. I think I'm gonna move her here with like Kevin. I think that makes a bit more sense to me. Um, I guess see for like I think her downfall is probably sloppier than Kevin's, but I think it's kind of a similar sort of thing of like being in the initial majority. Um, tries to make a move the second time around. Things flip on her instead. I don't think that's the most egregious thing. Yeah, I'm looking at the other people around her. I think that's okay. Helen. Helen's just here. I think like below Sarah. Still above these people who had like no one really standing by their side by the end, but yeah, just like bottom of this grouping. Sarah or fuck, what the fuck? I literally click Claire and like I fucking say Sarah, so that's something. Claire, she feels like she's kind of in between these tiers. Like there's a part of her that's kind of like just in line with these, but I also feel like by the end no one actually stuck by her to where like maybe that's this, but like she had people that like would have they could have gotten the numbers, so like maybe it is good enough to be where Helen is, or like Franny and Matt like theoretically would have tried to get the votes and everything. So yeah, I think like this, like really, like if we really want to say she definitely would have had a tie, I think she would actually be closer to here. But yeah, I don't think they would have gone to a tie for Claire either way. But still, it's like I think I'll put her around there. Zach, Zach's probably here. Like generally, he doesn't do that much wrong, but he also doesn't really have anyone standing by him. So like he's probably on the upper end of this. Maybe, I don't know, actually, is he? Either way, I think he's in this tier. Like, doesn't really have any allies, but also doesn't do anything like disastrously wrong. Mariah, I think is likely also there. She did have that all women's alliance, but just no one stuck by her. Yeah, I think it's just that one that kind of feels okay. Here, that's a different Mariah. This is Mariah 43. We're about to get to Mariah 46. Zach didn't really have Romeo though. I guess to be fair, like Darnell didn't really have Sydney, so I guess that's fair. I mean, maybe this is more like sub tier worthy. Like maybe these maybe move these down. Maybe I think Claire's kind of like in between. Yeah, I think I'll do something like this. I think it's like players that were the first out, had like theoretical allies, but none of them actually stuck with them. There's some people that are like kind of on the edge of this. Like I don't know what to do with Mary. I don't know what to do with Kelly Zarnecki, Misty, and Claire. But we'll leave it like this for now. Annika probably is just higher. She at least is in the majority for at least one vote. She gets flipped on immediately after that. Okay, maybe she's just outright higher. Where's Swathi in them? Like, is she just closer to here? I think she might be. Or maybe here. Like, Jen Linzetti is there. Or maybe is that just more proof that Jen Linzetti should just be up? Maybe it is just proof that, like, Jen Linzetti and Annika should be here. Because, like, they were in actual majority alliances. Like, it's not just, like, they voted with the majority. Like, they actually were in majority alliances. Is Figgy? I think Figgy, like, maybe it is more similar to what I'm thinking, but, like, I think with Figgy, again, like, to me, it's like, I don't think she ever had, like, an actual, a lot, like, I think it's like a spot where, what's the right term? Like, it's like a spot where, like, her people still flipped on her by the end anyway. I don't think her alliance was ever real. So it felt like Figgy and Taylor more so kept around as, like, shields than, like, actual alliance members. And then even then were, like, dropped really early on in the game. Yeah, but it's like for different reasons though. Where, like, I feel like with Figgy, the flip on her is, like, worse to me than with Annika. Because at least with, like, Annika, I think it is the right move. Where, like, Figgy, it's not even the right move for people to be flipping on her. And they're still doing it. Again, it's the right move for Sam. Yeah, it's not the right move for Sierra. But it's at least the right move for someone involved. It's not the right move for anyone involved, the actual flip on Figgy to take out Figgy. Actually, I guess too fair it is for Adam, who's the one that actually does it, but, like, he's not even the one to initiate it. Okay. I'm trying to think some things through. So, like, okay, I feel like is Jen Linzetti closer to here? Not what I meant to. But then do I move this tier up potentially? I think that's kind of what I'm thinking. Kim Mullen moving up, though, is weird. But, like, also, I think Kim Mullen, like, at least had a good vote. Like, I'm kind of feeling like they at least move here. Jessica Pete's a weird one, though, but, like, I guess with Jessica Pete, we're giving her credit for, like, almost, like, for that first vote, like, being one where it should have gone her way. Maybe just compete. Maybe I leave her lower, just because it is a bit more unknown. Mm. Maybe like, because I feel like Jessica's still below B probably. Yeah, maybe I just leave it like this. I don't think this is the most egregious thing in the world. I think the one thing that's feeling weird is like someone like a Voce being higher than some of these people. Maybe it isn't the most egregious. Like, I think Voce does less wrong than like an Annika at least. Yeah, I don't know. I think Voce's someone that, like, I don't think Voce does that much wrong. I think he just like got a really bad starting try for him, and then just like didn't really have much runway. Um, like, based on what we saw in the show, like, he seems like a competent player. Like, he's someone I had no faith in coming in this season, but like, it doesn't seem like he does anything like that bad on the season. So yeah, I think he is Rachel, Erica, Jessica level. Yeah, Asia Welsh. Asia. I think one of these tiers. She had an ally in Saul. She should have stayed over that first vote, but like ended up getting the votes onto her by trying to save Saul. I think I'd lean closer to here. Yeah, I think I'll settle on here. Like, she ultimately was someone that still again, like, kind of like she had an ally, but also caused their own elimination. Was it optimal for Asia to save Saul? Like, optimal, yes, if she could have gotten it through, but she couldn't. So it's like, at that point, I think you have to like cut your losses. Like, obviously, in an ideal world, if she could keep like be in the majority, or like she could have, like be in the majority and keep around Saul, then yeah, that would have been the best case scenario. But she couldn't. So it's like she tried to have her cake and eat it too, and yeah, caused her to be taken out. Sarah Wilson's better. I think Sarah Wilson does less wrong, but also Sarah didn't really have like an ally by her side. But I guess too fair. Yeah, maybe Doc Asia, to where like, while at least she did have a true ally in Saul, like, she's actively bad enough to where it knocks her down to here. Yeah, maybe that's the case. Mariah 46, the one who can't jump. I think here, maybe a tier above. I don't know. Like, she's blindsided when Jem goes home, and then after that, she's just taking out the merge as a consensus vote. There's not much to really praise. I'm thinking probably there. Like, she ultimately, I think, is like kind of similar to these people.
Yeah, it's like I think she's like Sarah Wade, Helen Lee coded. I guess Sarah Wade in the sense that she like survived that first vote. So yeah, I think that feels okay to me. Then we got King Matt Williams, the one everyone's been waiting for. Again, obviously everyone is so excited to rank Matt Williams. I don't know what to do with him. Like he's, I think the intention was to have him here, when putting him here, but like also, like he's like trying, right? Where's the tier of people that were trying? Like, I mean, I guess that's maybe too high because it's not, because like these people at least like were in the majority initially. Like Matt was on the bottom as the original tribe, but like he at least tried. Where's Christina Kell? Maybe here. Maybe like Christina Kell, Mikey B, Francesca, Stacy, like weren't necessarily first boots, but weren't in good spots, but also at least were trying. Like was Swap screwed? Mike Barassi's better than him. I think I have more faith in Matt Williams as a player than Mike Barassi, though. I don't know. Like, Mike Barassi's just a tough one because, like, I just don't think he's actually a good player. Like, Mike Barassi's someone that, like, I think if you put him on most casts, he's probably too confrontational. Like, confrontational is the right term. Too, like, what's the right term? Controversial, but, like, not, whatever. I think he's, like, he says things that pisses people off that I don't think people would like. And also, he's going to get medevac 99 times out of 100. So it's like, I think he's better than Mike Barassi. He's also a fat guy. Generally, that's one of my favorite things. Hey, as a fellow fat guy, I do love saying a fat guy in the way that Dan Foley does. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll settle on here. Like, I think he was trying to do what was optimal. I guess to be fair though, is that different from Asia? I think it is different, but is it that different? I think it's so like I think the difference between Matt and Asia is that Matt would have been the next to go anyway. Asia, had she stayed, she would have been the swing, or not even the swing is the right term, but like she would have been able to work with Kishan and Teeny to take out Rome. Or at least that was what the intention was to keep her on Asia as like a number to take out Rome. So like Asia is more self-sabotaging, where like Matt was actually in a spot where he was trying to do what was optimal. To actually like save his game. So I do think Matt's better. The question is it that much better? Like, is it enough to put him like that much higher? I think it's like, okay, I think it's like, I think he's for sure in this tier. I think for me, it's like, I feel okay with him being in this tier. The question is just, is this tier in a good spot? Because I think there definitely is an argument this tier is too high, considering they don't actually get anything done. So like, this is really like a tier of people that I'm like giving a bit of credit for like having potential in a way. Potential is not really the right term, but like at least having like a good mind for the game, like demonstrating a good mindset for the game, knowing what they should be doing, just that they don't have the social capital to do it. But yeah, I'm not like 100% on like them being here is consistent, but also doesn't matter that much. I mean, again, like with it being like this low on the list, like it probably is just a spot where like, yeah, if people think this is wrong, it's like I don't really care that much. Like whatever, it's like fine. Are they worse than Annika? But I think they're better than Brandon as well. Like maybe it's a spot where all right, well, maybe it's a spot where I do this. Okay, not that. Okay, well, how did I do this? Like, okay, I think what I'm trying to say is like, okay, this, what if I move them next to this and then move this down to like here? I don't know if that's what I actually want to do, but maybe is a spot where I think what the argument was with Melinda. I remember what the argument though was for having them this high, was that I don't think Melinda, like while Melinda obviously got a vote through, I don't think Melinda is someone that had much like actual strategy for the game. Like I think these players are players that had more like knowledge about what they should be doing in the game than Melinda. Where while Melinda was a swing, it wasn't really because she like did anything that well to cause that. It's more so just like the other people around her being worse. Or like again, Suri being more physical liability, Tina being domineering. And then after that, she's taken out the like after a swap in a spot where like it's not like she's fundamentally swap screwed there. See, I think that puts Matt fundamentally higher than her. I guess not fundamentally. That's probably not. Yeah, not fundamentally, but like still, I think Matt is higher than her. Yeah, I think I'm settling on this. I feel like I'm content with that. All right, that's another tier off the board. How many people are we at now? I don't know if I want to do another tier. I don't know. We'll see. I'm tired, but like maybe we'll start the tier. I guess we're at the point where we need to start thinking about who the next stream title is going to be. Oh, wait, no, that was not the right grouping. Okay, what the fuck? I fucked this up. Here? Yeah. I guess also I'll do this. Cliff is better than Bryce? Debatable. We'll talk about it. I don't think Cliff is better than Bryce. Where are we at now? We're at 628? That's pretty good, right? Kinda? No, we still have like 130 people. But whatever. We have 100. Yeah, 123 people left. Because I had 2 allies. Not, I'm kinda, but like not really. Like Wu wasn't actually a real ally. Like Wu would have voted him out. It's just that they just didn't tell Wu. Yeah, all right. Where are we at now? We are at. Yeah, I think we'll at least try. We'll at least start working on this tier, and we probably won't finish it, but we'll see. Lindsay Richter. Lindsay had allies at least, but also was pretty hated by the people that weren't in her alliance. Does get taken out in a weird spot. Could she be higher? This is kind of a weird tier where a lot of these players are players that did have allies, and a lot of them did survive a few tribals, but also a lot of them are I don't mean problematic. I mean, some of them are actual problematic, but like I want to say problematic, but like not in the way that like not in the current way of problematic, but more so in the way of like they're like confrontational or just not like well liked or whatnot. Yeah, I think Lindsay, yeah, she had allies that stayed loyal to her. She ultimately is swap screwed. Yeah, generally she might move up a decent amount. Like I think ultimately, it's like it is still Lindsay, to where she's not actually that good of a player. Like she still is someone that like people don't like. Even Brandon was like was wanting to turn on her by the end. There's no fun name. Lacey Linares of Tidy Whitey's fame. There's not many other good ones though. Rob with 2 B's. Should I explicitly not rank Rob and Lacey? Blake's double D's. I mean, yeah, I guess if we get to that tier. Rome. Is there something good with Rome? Cowboy. Dave Cruiser. Peter's Holes. Yeah, I could do Peter's Holes. Actually, I want to see. How many people have we gotten through this stream? Only like 50. It feels like we're getting through more people, yet we're just not. I do find that kind of funny. How like it really like when again like it feels like we made a lot of progress this stream. Only for us to like actually not make that much progress this stream, but whatever, I guess. Lindsay. Yeah, I think she's moving up. It's just a matter of where. Maybe she does get through 2 votes. I don't know. Do I really want to put her this high? Yeah, depending on what exactly to do with players like her. But I guess to be fair to Lindsay, she's not exactly the same as these other people, because it's not even like her own, like, it's not like she's taken out by a majority vote or anything. Like, it is like, yeah, it's like a split vote. Gets taken out by a tiebreaker rules. Like, she's like a better Stacey Stillman, for sure. Oh, is she kind of thinking like somewhere around here, maybe? Like somewhere in this range. Almost at the bottom 100, yeah. Only took fucking like 9 streams or something. When did we start this process? Genuinely, I don't even remember anymore. Like, it was so long ago, but whatever. I can like. Like, is she in that category? Like, maybe she's around here. Because like these are like swap screwed players. Um, like still players that didn't play like the swap the greatest. But too like I think she again like that was a spot where the tiebreaker rules were weird. And a spot where also the like swap allowed for like T-Bird and Frank to tell Kim, and Kim told blah blah blah. Yeah, like it's kind of just like it is a kind of a weird situation. I am just like checking all these people. I think like her and Shauna is maybe a weird one, but to be fair, I think Shauna was one that was like debating should she be higher. Shamar level? Where's Shamar? Here. Yeah. I not exactly, but like I can kind of see the arguments for it to be closer to here, but I do think the swap screwing of it all makes me want to go higher. Where's Silas again? Silas is like a good chunk higher, right? Yeah. But like Silas was in the middle. Silas was more integral in the alliance. But still, it's like I think maybe here? Or maybe here. I'm kind of on the like actually maybe somewhere in this range though. I think like maybe like Shannon, maybe like Daniel Strunk. Like maybe like those sort of levels. Again, the difference with Sarah is that, like, for me, like, Sarah gets swapped away from all of her allies. Like, Lindsay still had allies, but I guess, to be fair, like, her allies still voted with her, right? Yeah, I guess I'll keep her there. Yeah. I think, like, part of me does want to put her lower just because, like, I do feel like Lindsay's, like, a very confrontational sort of player. But, like, ultimately, yeah, I kind of do see that she is, like, she definitely is somewhere in this range. Everyone thought this take a stream or two. Yeah, that was wrong. To be fair, though, again, like if the next phase goes as smoothly as I'm hoping it does, it's actually not the worst thing. Like obviously, like I did not think it would go this long, but like also I expected the next phase to be longer than this phase. But now I think a part of the reason why this phase is taking so long is because I'm essentially trying to optimize it so that the following phase goes as quickly as possible. Where again, genuinely with this next phase, the plan is literally don't even bother trying to compare the tiers to each other anymore, and it's all about like where do these three people rank, and then that's where they are in the list. Like that is the intention. Will I stick to that? Probably not, but like that is at least the intention. Anyway, Patricia Jackson, mother, yeah, okay. I think on paper she should be higher. Also, Nacho Mama. Like she is someone that like was in the initial majority that voted out Peter. And then even then had allies on her way out. She was confrontational. She was domineering. Like Boss Rob and that sort of grouping didn't like her. But she did have like an initial like set of allies. So like I think that kind of should like that should land her probably closer to here. Like at least close to like a Figgy, Jessica P, and Annika. And yeah, I think that probably is where she will land. I think that does just kind of make sense. Yeah, I think I'll leave her there. What do I think Jeff thinks of Matt post 49? I don't think he thinks much of him at all. I think he forgets that he existed. Linda Spencer. Linda might. Actually, no. Linda. Okay, this is the weird thing about that grouping in Africa. Like the Linda, Carl, like Frank, T-Bird, is that they technically had half the tribe. Like it is a spot where they ultimately end up being down in numbers, but like they still had half the tribe, and their half of the tribe did stay loyal and voted with them. So it's like that's pretty impressive, I guess. Like I don't look at Linda and like Carl as that great of players. Like really, in the grand scheme of things, the fact that there was such a clear divide, a 4v4 divide, is bad on their end. But the fact that they at least had allies that back them, like that should move them higher. So yeah. Where exactly? Well, this is where Patricia is here. Linda and Carl. Like technically should be even higher, right? Because like it's not even like a spot where like they lose the numbers. Like it's a spot where they like, I mean, they lose the numbers, but like not in the like traditional sort of way. Jessica P had allies that backed her. Yeah, but I mean, I feel like with Linda and Carl, they had like actually half the tribe. But I guess like at the end of the day, it is only half the tribe to where like it's still not enough. Yeah, I'm thinking at least here probably. Vince Sly. I actually can see more of a Dale comparison. Especially in terms of the type of player that they are. And actually, yeah, I think them being... Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm actually thinking maybe they're a tier of their own. I kind of feel like they're in between. Like, I feel like Dale's like a slightly better version of them. But like they also probably should be in like this like caliber. So like I think they should be above like a Gondia. Actually, no. Actually, now I remember right. Like, I think part of the calculus was that like these are players that get kind of like screwed by things. But I guess you could argue they get like, not say screwed, but obviously they had the numbers until quiz. Yeah, I think I'll keep it like this. Do we skip Rob of 2Bs for the sake of a potential stream title? I think we will. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna finish this tier, but we'll run through a couple more people. I think we'll go until like 4 a.m. or so. We'll do JP. It's nice size JP, even though that's a different JP. JP probably also could be higher. Like JP like was in the initial majority. He does vote out Billy Garcia. The problem is that he's a dick, and then gets taken out immediately after that in a post swap though. Yeah, I think the problem with JP to me is just that he's a dick. Which that's not good. It's not good to be a dick. You don't want to be a dickhead, sure. Oh yeah, that's again he's the Kent. Yeah, I'm debating on where exactly I want to land him. Like he's moving up, but I just don't know how up he should go. Like I think this is probably the peak for me. Is for him to be like technically it is different, but I think he's actively worse. So like I think he's like worse. Like I think there's like an argument that like swap screwing means he could be higher, but like again, I think he's like actually just a dick. Do we 100% know Tiffany beats Aubrey? I don't know if we know 100%, but I feel like he is. I'm not gonna put that much work into this fucking clip of them all getting their torches snuffed afterwards. Like that's way too much work by the end. I'm kind of feeling like this should probably be a new tier. But I'm just debating on where that tier is. Like maybe here? I don't know. Or maybe like Jimmy T level? Also, did I cut already? I think I did, didn't I? Alright, let's just do this for the sake of it. Okay, I'm hitting all the wrong keys. Lower than Mike Barassi. Where's Mike Barassi? He's like here, right? Yeah, I think that's fine. Again, like he's technically a swap screwed player, but he plays the swap terribly. And like turns people against him. He does run that first vote, but he's just kind of a dick when doing so. I mean, I guess like maybe he's above, because like he is actually running that first vote. Like he actually does do something. I mean, I swapped screwed in the sense that he was swapped out of a good position. He was not screwed on his swap tribe. Like if anything, he plays swap again. He plays swap terribly. Aubrey was ass, so I'm gonna say yes. I mean that is true. Yeah, it's like I think the problem now is that we've like set this precedent that players that ran a vote should be higher. And I feel like JP like actually running that one vote, even though he's like, I think it's like a spot where like this is the tier of players that at least like had a majority for a vote. Again, just gonna be blah, blah, blah. But like, this is like the first tier where like people like had a set agenda, got their way for at least a vote. JP is technically in that, but then gets knocked down because he's a dick. I think it's kind of the rationale behind the placement. I guess to be fair, Jimmy T though is also that. Like Jimmy T also. Yeah, maybe I just put them together. Jimmy T and JP. Or does it get blindsided if I know next time he plays? Yes. Undeniably. We'll do Ben Browning next. Again, he was in the majority for a couple votes. Got his way. But also a dick, so he's probably also around here. I don't know. Like, should he just be lower? Should just this tier? I don't know. It's like, this is the tough thing about this tier, is that this is a tier of players that like are actually horrible. Like, I do not have faith in these players at all, but they probably are like players that will find themselves at least in an initial majority, and showed to have some level of influence. Because like in comparison to someone like a Shannon Elkins is still going to be towards the bottom of the list because he's someone that like couldn't even keep his group together for like one vote and gets voted out right away. Ben Browning actually like he was in the majority for 2 votes. But Banu wasn't leading a vote though. Banu just survived. Like JP led the vote. He actively wanted Billy Garcia gone and got Billy Garcia out. Ben Browning actively led the vote. He wanted Marisa out. He wanted Betsy out, and he got them out. Like, he actually got his way. And, like, pushed his agenda. Which, like, none of these other people did. Lisa going above Liliana feels wrong. We'll see if that happens. Next stream. I think we'll probably end with Ben Browning here. It's already almost 4 a.m. I think I am going to settle on him here. I think just based on precedent, I think we kind of have to. I'm just like looking it over real quick. I think I could argue them here is the other spot. Well, so again, I think at that point I'll separate Jimmy T, and at that point it's like, I don't know. It probably is just more consistent to keep them here. So yeah, I think we'll end here. I want to see how many players we went through. I think we only went through a couple since the last update, right? We are at 6:35. Go here. All right, now we need to create a stream title. Oh, we went through more than I thought. Okay. All right, so we have what, 116 left? Dude, fuck me, dude. Yeah, hopefully these last few tiers go quickly. Hopefully they'll surely happen. I'm sure that will happen. Whatever. Yeah, 3 streams probably. Like, I think it's probably the more likely. Or probably like 2.5, genuinely. But I don't know. We'll see. All right, we need to figure out the next stream title, I guess. So what are the options? We got again, we'll do a poll like last time. We got Robsy, Lisi, I think those are the main two. Like, are the other ones that interesting? Like, in this tier, the Spear of One Piece fueling finish. Yeah, I need to. Yeah. Hopefully, I'm able to like actually start watching a lot more. I've watched I don't know, maybe like 10 episodes this last stream. I don't even know if it's that, but I still got what, like 90 left or something. Blake, but that's the next tier. Is there anyone next tier that's like that interesting to use? Sifu, I guess. I still want to be like the tier that we initially work on at least. So I think it's like Rob Zabatnik or Lisi. I think it's 2Bs or Tidy Whiteys. One of the two. I guess I should probably also copy this over. Close this. Then where? I love how like far back the chat is there. Okay, new poll. Stream title. Rob with 2Bs or Lisi Tidy. How do you spell Tidy Whiteys? Like, is it like, oh, no, I missed the H. Cool. Is it that? Generally could not tell you, but whatever. I'm going to assume it's close to that. Yeah, let's see how this goes. I think, personally, I think Lisi's is like the funnier stream title, but we'll see. After Attack on Titan, should buy into Avatar. I don't know, Avatar, like I tried to get into it a while ago and I couldn't, but maybe I should give it another shot. But even then, like I don't even know when I'm getting to what's it called, to Attack on Titan at this rate. Because yeah, I'm gonna finish One Piece, then I'm gonna watch Roker Back and Outlast, and then reassess from there. But actually, yeah, Tidy White is like dominating. Yeah, it's likely that. Okay, what the fuck do I name this stream? The next stream. Let's see. Can we seek truth? Wait, no. All right, let's see. Is European Russell Hance's X of coconut milk vending? All right, wait. X is Tidy Whiteys? No, okay, no. What the fuck am I doing? Because it needs to refer. Oh, I didn't realize. Can you type this here? I never realized that. I literally never realized that until just now. I don't have to open the fucking window every time. I can literally just type it here. That's something. I'm smart, clearly. Anyway, yeah, what are we doing here? Tidy Whiteys, is, because the reference needs to be that the person I'm talking about is Lisa Linares, and that needs to be clear. Is, oh yeah, I need to add fuck back. Is European Russell Hance's X's. Dude, genuinely, what the fuck do I name this? Yeah, shockingly, I have a college degree. I don't know how that happened. Is Tidy. Dude, how the fuck do I get all these words together? Is European Russell fuck Russell Hantz's ex's tidy whities. Is the tidy white is that actually how you spell tidy whities? I generally could not tell you. I guess I'll have to double check this. Yeah, obviously exactly what is necessary right now. Oh, is it wait. Okay, I just spelled that way. Wrong one. This. So I'm pretty sure that was right. Yeah, okay, that was right. Alright. Is the tidy whities of European Russell Hantz's ex's oh wait, no. It is is the European tidy whities of Russell Hantz's ex of coconut milk. Oh yeah. Is the European coconut vending vendor is the European coconut milk vendor of tidy whitey of Russell Hantz's ex's tidy whities X is tidy. Dude, this is so fucking stupid. Yeah, I still need to add fuck somehow. Is the European coconut milk vendor of Russell Hantz's ex's tidy whities wait. What the fuck? Wait, is the European coconut milk vendor of Russell Hantz's ex's tidy whities fame? That. Is the European coconut vendor of Russell Hantz's ex's tidy whities fame the best? I think I'll change this because I have the letters again. Best player in Survivor history. The European coconut vendor. Is that against TOS? I probably actually should bother looking into TOS. I feel like the actual implying of actual sex is likely against TOS, but I'm not sure. Is the European coconut milk fuck vendor? No, vendor. I think I'll just end it with... No, actually, I don't think I can say fuck me, technically. Is fuck fame? Fuck fame's not anything, though. Is the... Yeah, just fuck me, I guess. I'm fucked. That's too many letters. Or do I just add the fuck randomly in there? I think I'll just add the fuck randomly in there. Is the European... coconut fuck... Wait, coconut milk fuck vendor? No. European fuck... European fuck. I don't know why that's like sounds so funny to me. Is the European fuck European fuck? Dude, imagine just calling someone a European fuck. Is the European fuck, aka coconut milk vendor? So am I calling Lisa Linares a European fuck? Obviously that's clearly what Lisa Linares is remembered as, is the European fuck. I guess I put the to make it more proper. Is the European fuck, aka the coconut milk vendor of Russell Hance's ex's Tidy Whitey's fame? There, I guess I'll use the extra things for this. There we go. What a title. Hopefully nothing major happens between now and next stream to where I don't have to change this, because this is clearly the best title I could have created. But yeah, we're done. I'm tired. We're 5.5 hours in the stream. Stream will be next Sunday, or like this Sunday. Yeah, again, it'll just be more of the same. We only have what 2 weeks until Big Brother starts, to where I want this done by then. Maybe, hopefully. Oh, we'll see. But I mean, imagine you just meet Lisi and you're like, hey, European fuck. It's so stupid. But yeah, I'll be back on Sunday. We'll work more on this, and yeah, hopefully we'll be close to being done by that point. We'll see. But yeah, see you guys next time.